Welcome back to what most teams call home here in Concord, North Carolina. Just about 20 minutes north of Charlotte sits this gorgeous mile-and-a-half high-banked oval. I'm Alex Hayden, and today we're qualifying for the Coca-Cola 600. With all the extra team members, sponsors, and hometown crowds, drivers will want to make them proud and put their name on top. Today we'll be seeing high speeds and drivers running their car to the limit in the hopes of putting it towards the top of the pylon. The added pressure of the hometown race for these teams is just a normality at this point, but this is the Coca-Cola 600. Putting your name in the record books as a pole winner is a special moment. We'll see who can add their name to that list today. Let's go trackside for qualifying.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's running of the Coca-Cola 600 live on NASCAR 21 Ignition for our final season, race number 15 of 36. Hopping into this one with our driver Ryan Blaney, coming in off a dominating win at Circuit of the Americas last weekend. Is in fact not only in that race Ryan Blaney got the win, but he won both stages and the race, getting his first max points day of the season and win number 5 on the year at that. Can he go for back-to-back and go for number 6 tonight and another Crown Jewel event? Remember, in the first Crown Jewel race, he won the Daytona 500 earlier this season. 600 miles, 400 laps is the scheduled distance, but first, as Alex mentioned, we have to qualify, and we'll see where exactly Ryan Blaney will qualify for today's race. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, full race NASCAR video game, and real race live streams for realistic commentary on both sides. Of course, during the week we have the video game stuff. On the race weekends we have the live race action as well on the channel with the commentating. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Daytona International Speedway for Express. Billy Carjoy stands with Ukraine. Derek Booth, Michael Turner, welcome everybody. Jackson Thomas, welcome in as well. Getting things started here today. Gonna run a little bit of a looser setup, at least in qualifying. We'll adjust going forward from here as far as what the rest of the setup is going to look like. And the reason why I'm running such a loose setup is because I do have minimal stability help on. I don't have traction control on, but I do have a limited steering help on. Most of the 550 ovals, in fact, pretty much the rest of the 550 ovals, I do not have any sort of assist settings on. They're always off. But Charlotte and Michigan are the two tracks on this game. For whatever reason, it's like driving the 750 tracks as far as stability goes. So for that reason, we know how bad that is of the 750 ovals in this game. We're not going to have any extra help with that. And a large part is because there's no custom setups in this game, so it's not like you can really work your way around it. Patrick Shadley, welcome to the stream as well. So here is Ryan Blaney working on his lap, trying to get this Meg Tag number 12 car on the pole. Had to lift a little bit in turns 1 and 2. No practice, just hopping right into qualifying with it. Just one lap to try and set that quick time. A little on the tighter side through turns 1 and 2 into 3 and 4, trying to lift at a perfect moment. That was a lot better in turns 3 and 4 that go around. I don't know if it's going to be a really fast lap for Ryan Blaney, but at the start-finish line, we'll see. Yeah, not good. I didn't think it was going to be that bad, but that is a lot worse than what Blaney, I'm sure, was expecting. 33rd in qualifying. Chase Elliott will be on the pole. William Byron outside the front row in second. Kevin Harvick, Austin Dillon in row number 2. Dillon, a former Coke 600 winner, got his first career win in the Coke 600 back in 2017. Kyle Larson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will be in row number 3. Larson just lost the points lead a couple races ago. He is still second in the regular season standings. Looking for bounce-back performance today, especially with that extra stage and extra stage points on the line in the longest race of the year. Daniel Suarez and Ross Chastain will be in row number 4. Of course, future Trackhouse teammates Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski will round out the top 10 in qualifying. They will start back in row number 5. Trey Irby, welcome to the stream as well. Can we get 2 trivia questions? This race is going to be like 4 hours. I only have 1 prepared.
Welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway for one of the most prestigious races of the season, the Coca-Cola 600 here in North Carolina, the heart of NASCAR country. I'm Alex Hayden, bringing you all the action from today's race. This Crown Jewel event is a true test of man and machine, and the one that every Cup Series driver wants to win. Let's head trackside where the drivers and teams are making their final preparations. Who's going to get it done today in the Coca-Cola 600?
And before we get started here, I am making sure I have a trivia question for you guys when we get around the halfway point in today's race. Of course, it has to be Coke 600 based. So give me a brief moment on that. Already went through the starting lineup in today's race. I want to make sure my setup is still exactly where it was at in qualifying. Gonna have to get used to running a tighter race car with the stability help on. That definitely hurt in qualifying. Blaney wasn't able to run full throttle in turns 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. So that is definitely costly. Alright, I got the question. Now we'll hop into the race. Saturday, Friday, or Saturday? It's just going to depend tomorrow on how long my appointment is. So I can't really decide on that myself. Peter Conover, AP Sports, R6R6, welcome on in as well. About to go green in the Coca-Cola 600. Day to night transitions on. Race starting in the daytime. It'll end in the nighttime, just like in real life, I guess, with the similar start time today. The green flag is in the air. We're underway in the 60-second running of the Coca-Cola 600.
Still there.
Ryan Blaney going to try to pull up clear on Josh Balicki off of turn 2. It does. And got into the outside wall a little bit off the exit of turn 2. Got to be careful with that, especially knowing how easy it is to blow a tire. Last thing you want is in a long race like this to put yourself behind the 8 ball early. Blaney just trying to hold on to the 33rd position right where he qualified and seeing if he's going to have maybe a little bit more long run speed in the race car. The good news is the traffic in front of him is pulling away, so it's going to allow himself to have a little bit more grip in these corners, especially the daylight portion of the race. About 72 degrees in this one. Sunny skies, so it's going to be pretty slick for the most part early before it'll tighten up as the night will go on and the track conditions cool off a little bit. Santiago Kid, welcome to the stream as well. Pre-race trivia. 2003 drivers have gotten their first win in the Coca-Cola 600. Who is it? Well, that would be drivers by the name of Matt Kenseth, Casey Mears, and Austin Dillon. That was an easy one for me. I might have to turn the game volume down a little bit. I might have forgotten to turn it down like I had it in qualifying. Turn it up so you could hear the pre-race intro. Sorry for pausing it already. Yeah, I did leave the volume up. There we go. Not blasting your guys' ear with the sound of the race car. I know it's one of the most beautiful sounds in the world, but I don't think you want to hear that for a few hours a night. So start time on today's race, 5:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and with that being our official start time for this one, we'll just have to wait and see how this race is going to play out. How many cautions do you think we're going to see for incident tonight? You know, we're going to have a few stage cautions, 4 stages in tonight's race, all 100 laps each. Of course, the Coca-Cola 600, with it being the longest race of the year, that's why there are 4 stages instead of 3 like in every other race. So more of a chance with points on the line. Blaney being in the back early on, this is not good. We'll see how he's going to try to make his way through the field today. Kyle Larson's never won the Coke 600. Who else won their first 600? That isn't those three? Jeff Gordon. He got his first win in the Coca-Cola 600. Pretty sure I got all of them from... A little harder one. Who most... That's too recent. That's easy. Denny Hamlin. Who won the second most races in 2020. Denny Hamlin with 7, I believe. Blaney is catching up on the cars in front of him. I'm sure this car's going to get pretty tight, though, once he pulls in line a little closer behind him. He's already having to lift as it is with a little bit tighter conditions. The mile and a halves have not been great for Ryan Blaney this season. He does have 2 stage wins on mile and a halves, but outside of that, he has not had good finishes. Las Vegas was his closest that he came to a good finish, and he was actually leading with less than 90 laps to go before a track glitch of the lights turning on in a race that was supposed to only be a day race had caused an issue. We know that that could be an issue in tonight's Coca-Cola 600 as well, considering that we know for a fact this race is going to start in the day and finish in the nighttime. So we're probably going to have that same glitch happen at some point, either in Stage 2 or Stage 3. Stage 1, we won't have to worry about it at all, so we know we won't have a glitch there. But you just kind of got to hope that you're on the straightaway when it happens, because if you're in the corner, you're going right into the wall. Dark Crypto, welcome to the stream. Blaney on the brakes, kind of overdrove the corner a little bit. Had those left side tires down below that white and blue line on the inside, dividing the apron from the actual racing surface up on the high side of it. Already 17 people watching, 8 likes on the stream. Our goal tonight is going to be 35 likes. I think with it being the longest race of the year, we could get there. We got up to 23 last night, and that was just in a Busch Series race at Dover nonetheless. So appreciate you guys smashing that like button last night. You're off to a great start already tonight. Our goal is going to be a lot higher, though. 35 tonight is our goal. And we'll see if we can get there. Cool Custer looks like Barney the Dinosaur. Welcome to the stream. I don't know about that. I don't think so. I haven't heard that comparison before either. Lenny trying that third lane, has to lift to keep it off the wall on the outside. His car's just too tight to run all the way up there. He tried to get out of the dirty air of Justin Haley and Justin Haley and James Davison. 2 cars in front of him right now. As they side draft each other, more off the exit of turn 4. Down into the AstroTurf goes the 15 car of Davison, and that's going to allow Haley to clear on the outside. Blaney down low underneath James Davison right now. Trying to make the pass on the 15 car. They're still side by side off the exit of turn 2. Davison trying to side draft Ryan Blaney. Well, that was more than a side draft. They made contact, and Davison is pinching Blaney again. Very close quarters racing that time through turns 3 and 4. Blaney will make the pass to clear Davison on the front stretch. Probably a little harder than it needed to be. Blaney in that dirty air of Justin Haley gets to the outside. Haley tried to pull up thinking Blaney wasn't there. They made a little bit of contact. Here comes Davison. These guys are not giving Blaney any room right now. One thing that you try to side draft, but it's another thing when they actually make contact like that. It slows the car down so much. And not only that, but it makes it unstable, and Davison just knocks the 12 right up the track again. And Blaney has to regroup. They're making a clean pass on Davison, and now Davison's trying to go after Justin Haley again. Blaney has to find a way around these guys as soon as possible because those cars in front of him are pulling away. Blaney not sure where to go. He's going to go to the outside. Got squeezed into the wall by Justin Haley. Can't hold the outside 3 wide. He had to get on the brakes. Blaney knows he's faster than these guys, but they're holding him up so much, and every time he gets by him, they just make contact with him. Blaney had a run until he hit the wall off the exit of turn 4. Got to give Justin Haley a little bump draft on the front stretch now. Drops down to the bottom, trying a little crossover on Justin Haley. Should say James Davison. Has Davison clear into turn 3. Haley is the car up high. Blaney on the bottom. Off the exit of turn 4. Blaney going to clear the 77 barely. Big crossover down to the bottom now. Another block by Blaney to hold Haley behind him. And finally, Blaney is up to 31st, gaining 2 spots from the start of the race. But look at how much time Corey LaJoie, Eric Almirola, BJ McLeod pulled away from him. Blaney's about to get in the wall in turns 3 and 4, getting a little tight. Pit window tonight is going to be between 55 and 60 laps. We're probably going to be towards the shorter end of the pit window, but I think the AI could go right around lap 60 based off of the career mode as well as the custom schedule season Coke 600 that we had at the Charlotte Motor Speedway Oval. Fifth place in the 500 2021. Talk about Daytona. Let's see here. It was Cindric. Blaney was 4th. Who was behind him? Bubba was 2nd. 3rd was... Man, I can't think of who was 5th. Oh, you know what? I think it was Eric Almirola, wasn't it? I think Eric Almirola finished 5th. I was there, but it's hard to remember who finishes, like, anywhere outside of the top 2. I can remember 1st, 2nd, Blaney 4th. I want to say it was Almirola. It wasn't Denny Hamlin. Oh, 2020. I thought you said 2022. I'm sorry. I thought you said 2022. I was like, wait a minute. Hamlin doesn't even have a top 10 this season. I misread that. BJ McLeod in the 78 car. Big run for Ryan Blaney on the back straightaway. He'll pull to the inside of McLeod and he'll make a clean pass and clear him before he even has to let out of the gas to make it into turn 3. Getting really, really tight, though. He carried a lot of speed in on corner entry. McLeod's going to get right back around him, it looks like, at least to the inside. He hasn't cleared him yet. Let's see if McLeod's going to race Blaney cleanly. Blaney just can't hold the outside right now. 23 laps in. He is definitely struggling with a tighter race car. Blaney to the bottom. Into turns 1 and 2. He's underneath BJ McLeod. Not going to be able to clear him there, but he's going to stay as low as he can to make sure McLeod's not going to side draft him. Pulling to the outside. Blaney's clear into turn 3 again. Down to the bottom. He tried to block McLeod. That was just a bad move by Blaney because he wasn't clear. BJ got underneath of him. That was definitely Blaney's fault that time. Now, I was at Alex Bowman's first career win. That was Chicagoland 2019. Blaney had a massive run that time. Look at him just get to that left rear quarter panel McLeod before pulling out to make the pass. And now he hits his marks in turns 3 and 4 as the car sticks a lot better that time. Should be able to set sail now. Really pull away from BJ McLeod. Definitely going to make some adjustment changes when the time comes for those first pit stops of the race. As of right now, they're planning on taking about 2 rounds of wedge out of the race car to try and help loosen it up. Denny Hamlin's made a lot of comments recently. Do you agree with them? I think you're talking about his Twitter comments. As regards to fans being biased, I do think that fan bias is a big problem in any sport, to be completely honest. I wish there were more objective fans like me. That's one thing I've always hated, and I will say in NASCAR, it probably isn't as big of a problem as what it is in other sports. Because I feel like, at least in NASCAR, people respect if you like a particular driver. I will say that, like, if you go to the track and you're wearing Kyle Busch stuff, nobody really gives you any crap about being a Kyle Busch fan. Like, I haven't seen that outright. If anything, there'll be other Kyle Busch fans there, and I'll be like, hey, nice shirt, man, or whatever. So, at least it's been like that with Blaney. And, but even, just looking around, they just kind of, appreciate. They're like, okay, he's got fans, whatever, but they're not going to, like, trash talk your driver right in front of your face, which if you're and I'm a sports fan with like other sports too. Growing up in Northwest Ohio as a Michigan Wolverine fan when it came to college sports, I got picked on, teased all the time about just liking the team I like. And it's like that even, outside of football. You go to like baseball, it's Indians or Tigers usually around where we're at. I'm a Tigers fan. It's kind of split even, but if you're a Cleveland fan, then, they crap on you. But it is the same way, like, if you're a Tigers fan, it seems like the Tigers fans crap on the Guardians fans now. But it's like that, I'd say, more in other sports. I can understand Denny Hamlin's frustration, obviously, with the booing. I think that's where maybe it gets taken out of hand a little bit, in the sense that NASCAR fans never forget. If you do one wrong thing, your rookie season, to a driver that is on the more popular side of things, you're doomed. You're literally doomed from that point on. I mean, people weren't the biggest Kyle Busch supporters when Kyle Busch raced at Hendrick Motorsports, but I don't think he was booed quite as much until after he had turned junior late in that spring Richmond race in 2008, and from then on he's been evil in probably over 50% of NASCAR fans' eyes. Vocal fans. It does seem like on the internet there isn't as many Kyle Busch haters as what I see at the racetrack, especially traveling to a lot of races. So I will say that. First driver to win the Winston Million, well, that would be $1 million bill. Bill Elliott. Driver has the most annoying fan base. I feel like a lot of people collectively are going to say Chase Elliott. It's always going to be the most popular driver just because they have a lot more fans than any other driver. And I'm not saying that all of their fans and all the fans are like that. It's just when you have so many fans, the vocal minority tends to act as if it is the majority when it's not the case. So I wouldn't say that, because now I will say my dad is a Chase Elliott fan, and outside of the few races that I could get him to go to in a year, he doesn't really watch it on TV. So So, like, if I'm ever watching it, granted, this year, all the races so far, I've commentated when I'm not at the track, so it hasn't been the case, but I'll be watching it, like, in years past on TV, and be like, oh, where's Dale Jr., or where's Chase Elliott at, or whatever, in the running order, because he was a junior fan before he retired, too. And I'll just be like, oh, yeah, he's running, like, wherever he's at, like, third or whatever. Oh, cool, or something. Like, like, he didn't even... I'm like, dude, you don't even watch NASCAR. You know a couple drivers' names and the ones you happen to know. I mean, I guess it's more interest than not watching it at all. So I will give him that. I'll give him the benefit of doubt when it comes to that. Blaney's having to lift so much around this racetrack right now. I believe I saw Denny Hamlin in the lead. Kyle Larson was in second. Now it's Brad Keselowski in the 2. And Keselowski still in second place. And Martin Truex Jr. is now the leader all of a sudden. So it's no longer Denny Hamlin. So Hamlin and Larson have fallen back a little bit. Blaney's going to end up splitting this stage in half. Is going to be the game plan here. May pit around lap 45, knowing that his window is probably close to that 55 lap mark. It's going to be risky in case we get a caution, but he wants to try and gap the leaders as much as possible because they've obviously got to be quicker than him right now. Blaney's only gained 3 positions since the start of the race. He's about 9 seconds behind, presumably at least, behind Corey LaJoie and Eric Almirola running in 29th and 28th. Blaney's got a very tight race car right now. But again, just really have to hope we do not get a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops that cost Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano now into the race lead. Regular season points leader coming into this one. We still have 11 races left in the regular season after today's race. And we have another road course coming up next at Sonoma. Ryan Blaney won both stages and the race at Coda in the race last week. Daytona road course, he won stage 1. Didn't have a good finish in that race. Had a couple penalties that were not even his fault. It was all in the game. Giving us invalidated laps for quote-unquote cutting the course, even though we never cut the course once. Drivers get the loudest cheers and boos during driver intros. I'd probably say that Kyle Busch, Joey Logano would definitely be the top 2 on the boos. And I feel as if Logano was catching Busch, because they're pretty close to one another right now on loud boos collectively. And as far as most cheers, it's definitely Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson right now. And I will say that Larson's catching Elliott in that department, at least with the fans at the track as well. Larson's fan base has really, really grown since having that dominating season last year. Black Ace, welcome to the stream. I wouldn't plan on buying this, Ace. You're better off if you're playing any NASCAR video games to just play the ones you have now. Far better off. Blaney in the wall in turns 3 and 4. Lap 43 at the start-finish line. Just 2 more laps and he's going to end up pitting. Tires are old right now, and even before that he was very tight, but extremely tight at this point in the run. It's like Austin Dillon has just grabbed the race lead now. Mentioned his first career win in 2017 was right here at Charlotte in the Coca-Cola 600, and he's trying to win a second Coke 600 in his 4th career race tonight. potentially lock him into the playoffs with that win. Stenhouse is in the top 5 as well, up to 4th, so a lot of comers and goers at the front of the field. Ryan Blaney's still back at 30th right now. He's got his work cut out for him. The 1.5 miles, again, have not been good for him this season. Definitely not a good start today, but a long ways to go. There's no custom setups in this game, so he'll be able to make some adjustment changes during this first pit stop coming up. Not this time by, but he'll pit the following time by. It'll be 4 tires, and then they'll take 2 rounds of wedge out of the car to try and help loosen it up as well. So the goal here in stage 1 is just to make sure he's on the lead lap. There are no free pass awards to the first drivers a lap down in this game. So he's definitely going to have to try and pick up as much time as he can. It's probably going to be 10 to 15 laps after Blaney pits before anybody else pits. So he's really, really hoping that it stays green, because otherwise he is probably going to go 2 laps down considering how far behind the leaders he is right now if we end up getting a caution after he hits pit road. So it'll be 4 tires and fuel. Blaney going to pit this time by. He downshifts. 45 miles an hour is the pit road speed limit, and he is down and away. So on to pit road is Ryan Blaney. The pit crew is ready. Blaney will pull into his box. 4 tires and fuel for the 12 team. Again, 2 rounds of wedge being taken out of the car as well. He's using it as toilet paper. That would hurt. I don't know how you would do that if you had a digital copy, but if you had the physical copy, that would definitely hurt. Blaney's got to be careful coming out of the pit lane here. He doesn't spin the car out trying to mash back into the gas too soon. It's happened so many times in the past on this game with ourselves. And even this season a couple times for Ryan Blaney as well. A lot of 3 wide action to the outside of Ryan Blaney. He's just trying to find himself in line. He has 4 fresh tires right now. And he's probably going to have to find his way to the outside because these guys are not going to give him room on the bottom. Somebody clipping the AstroTurf just up ahead. Blaney getting up to speed in the 12. Again, he's got fresher tires. He's going to go to that outside lane. Just hoping that the cars underneath him are going to give him room. Oh, not really. Daniel Suarez pinching Ryan Blaney off, but this was a terrible spot for Blaney to come out of the pit lane. He's got a lot of traffic around him, and he's got to make sure he doesn't hit the wall too hard if he does get into the wall so he doesn't blow a tire. Sometimes it doesn't even take much anyway. Blaney is stuck in traffic, and he is really just not able to capitalize with the adjustments and with the 4 fresh Goodyears. 1 car pulling up in front of him. That was the 41 of Cole Custer. He's going to have to let Custer back in front of him on the back straightaway. And as they enter into turn 3, he's just really hoping he's going to have enough room up on the outside. Not going to happen. Again, Custer in front of the 12. I think that's Almirola underneath Custer, who squeezes him off of turn 4. No, never mind. It's the 38 car. Anthony Alfredo. Blaney gets clipped into the wall by the car behind him. I think it was Michael McDowell in the 34. Blaney down to the bottom now, all the way to the apron. So you have fresh tires. I guess it sticks with the 550 package. Definitely wouldn't be able to pull that off with the next gen car. That was one way for Blaney to make his way through. At least a couple of them. Have to remember that for future reference. Now Blaney's got room to the outside. Clean air up there with all those cars down to the bottom. 2x2 traffic with the lead pack coming up ahead. Remember, Blaney is 2 laps down right now. Definitely doesn't want a caution to come out at this moment. And he's just going to sit behind him. He had to get on the brakes pretty heavily off the exit of turn 4. And that bogged down the car so much with this 550 package. Tyler Reddick just comes through and Runs right into Ryan Blaney as well. Blaney's going to go down to the apron in turns 1 and 2 again. Remember that from a little bit ago. Very fortunate that, again, this is the 550 package that he is even able to remotely do that. He definitely wouldn't be able to do that on older tires as well. Into turns 3 and 4, down to the bottom lane. 3 wide to his outside. Building up a run underneath Quentin Houff in the 0-0. Houff is actually going to give Blaney enough room to not have to drive into the AstroTurf. Down to the bottom. Big block by Chase Briscoe on the inside lane. Into the back of Briscoe. Shot into turns 1 and 2. Blaney to the inside of the 14 car on the back straightaway. I think some of it was the lap traffic that was kind of stacking the field up as well, because there were a lot of lap cars that were in that outside lane. Blaney to the inside of Kevin Harvick in the 4. Harvick trying to side draft and pinch the 12. Some of the leaders in front of him, 3 Hendrick Chevys as well in the mix. Blaney on the fresh tires, pulls to the bottom, 3 wide. Gonna bump draft Chase Elliott off of turn 4, just enough to clear Byron, who nearly had contact with Kyle Larson. Blaney blocked by Elliott. Elliott, it's a little tight in the middle of the corner. Blaney drove it in pretty deep himself. Elliott trying to side draft the right rear corner panel of Blaney. Blaney clear in the middle of the front stretch. Alex Bowman, Christopher Bell, side by side for the lead right now. A lot of clean air for Blaney, and he is able to go full throttle, at least in turns 1 and 2. That's something he was not able to do earlier. Now that he's got the clean air, he's able to do it now, especially with the fresh tires and, again, the 2 rounds of wedge that came out of the race car for adjustments. Massive run for Blaney. Down into the AstroTurf to make the pass on Bell and Bowman. They were not going to give him a lot of room there, and Blaney made it through without spinning out, so I guess it works for the short term. We are at lap 55 right now. Probably going to see the field pit within the next 5 to 10 laps. And he's going to go to the outside. 3 wide. Ooh, he gets into the wall. Again, have to be careful. He definitely was not careful enough. Fortunate not to blow a tire. Did that while leading late in stage 2 at Dover with just 3 laps to go in the stage. He blew a right front. Slicing and dicing his way through the traffic between Gralla and Haley. Nathan Elliott, welcome to the stream. Tire rub on the right side. Shh. It really does not take much with the Gen 6 body. We've had blown tires on this game before with that, with the complex damage on in a 600-mile race. It's going to be tough to not have that issue today. I haven't won the Coke 600. Whether it was the custom schedule season, the career mode, and this is our last chance to do it on this game at least. We've done it on other games, but not in this one. Remember that upset we pulled in our rookie season of the career mode at the Coca-Cola 600? We led only the final, like, couple hundred feet of the race. The last lap pass on Truex was the only lap we led was the checkered flag lap, and the only time we passed him was when we cleared him off of turn 4. It was insane. So we've definitely had some wild, chaotic races here. And with Blaney having these adjustment changes, I think his car is definitely a little bit quicker, at least on the short run. He's having to lift just a hair, and he might be able to go full throttle still in turns 1 and 2, but better safe than sorry. Even in clean air. Really just trying to take care of the race cars. No need to push super hard on lap 59 in a 400-lap race at Charlotte. 10 likes on the stream already. We've had consistently between 15 and 18 people watching this stream. So hit that like button if you haven't already. Our goal is 35 likes on tonight's stream. I think we can get there in the Coca-Cola 600. Got that extra stage to be able to do it as well. It's like Kevin Harvick has gotten to the race lead now, so Bowman and Bell are no longer battling it out for the lead. Lap 61 at the line for Blaney. I'm still shocked that nobody else has made a green flag pit stop yet. Blaney pit really, really short at lap 45. It's 45 lap fresher tires. And that was even struggling those first few laps to get through the traffic. I see you down in the chat, Tyler. Blaney almost in the wall off turn 2. He was really pushing it there. Committed to not wanting to lift on corner exit. It paid off for him that time. Amazing how much the car is already tightening up. One car is on pit road. Couldn't tell who that was. It was the first driver to hit pit road, but there is one driver in. A lot of traffic out in front of the 12 car. I don't think he'll catch him this lap, although he might. He's definitely going to want to be patient as they head into turn 3, because I would have to assume a lot of those cars in front of him are probably going to pit, so he's going to check up. And he's going to go to the outside, assuming that most of them on the bottom lane will probably pit this time. Off turn 4, and one of them going to pit. It's the 62, who got ran into from behind by Timmy Hill. Got really loose, and I think he was able to make it onto pit road without spinning. And Blaney darted right through there. He'll make a pass on the 52 car. Pulling out of line on Custer, Almirola. Sorry, that is Davison in the 15 to 33 of Cindric. Big move by Blaney on the inside. Clears them all. Wanted to make sure. Yeah, a couple of them were pitting. It's a good thing he cleared them in the middle of the corner. And we definitely nearly had an accident there that would not have been good for Blaney, considering he is still one lap down. They cut down to the inside of the racetrack. He's underneath the 23 of Bubba Wallace on the back straightaway, who I assume would probably still have to pit very shortly. Blaney into turns 1 and 2. Big slide job, pulls to the outside now, waiting for more cars on the bottom to pit. Blaney's being gutsy with these passes, knowing that those cars are trying to get down into the pit lane, but so far he's made it work. Here in stage 1. The problem is, though, is Blaney's going to have about 20 lap older tires compared to the rest of the field of these cars that are coming out of the pits. Just a matter of how much time is he gaining right now on these other drivers. The outside in turns 3 and 4. 43 car, Eric Jones pulling into the pits. Blaney's inside the top 15. Might have been in the top 10 if he did get slowed up in traffic on the fresh tires, but it is what it is. But again, he's going to be on older tires to the end of this first stage now, and he's really just going to have to hang on. I don't believe everybody has pit, though. So, oh, we got one car in the inside retaining wall on the front stretch. Must have hit the tire barriers on the pit road entrance. That was Ross Chastain in the 42 car, I believe. The Clover number 42 for Chip Ganassi Racing. And if we get a caution for that, that would be huge for Ryan Blaney, because then he could pit, take on fresh tires, and he would be in a great spot. He's inside the top 10 up to 8th place right now. Eric Almirola right behind him. Trying to make a pass for position. Couple more cars still in the pit lane. Almirola's gained a bunch of spots. He was back right around where Blaney was position-wise before the stops. So Blaney is up to 5th after cycling through green flag pit stops. I don't think he's going to be able to hang on to the end of the stage for a top 10 spot and get any stage points. Almirola already peeking under him into turns 3 and 4. Then he will stay on the outside. He's able to see that. "31 laps to go still in the stage, and now he's just got to hope he finishes on the lead lap, because again, his pace is not going to be that quick. Wasn't trying to run the outside through turns 1 and 2. Again, if we get a caution now, that would be a great time for Blaney. Obviously, he can't be in the low-risk DNFing for one. Really just going to have to try to not get ran over by the traffic behind him, which is going to be tough without a rearview mirror in this game. In this predicament. So Ryan Newman's inside the top 10 now as well. Plenty of running that middle lane through turns 1 and 2. Nobody going to get around him there. He's going to stay high into turns 3 and 4. Tyler Reddick will get around him. Suarez, not quite. Suarez very smart though. He backs out of the gas off of turn 4 and hops back in line behind the 12. Kurt Busch in the 1 down on the bottom lane. Blaney right there. Look at Blaney walk up the racetrack as he was not able to hold the bottom. Craig Franklin, Wyatt Hansen, welcome to the stream. Yep, 20 people watching, 13 likes on the stream. Smash the like button, subscribe again if you are new for more daily NASCAR content. Oh my goodness, Austin Dillon just shoved the 17 of Chris Buescher right into the side of the 12. And now Suarez knocks Blaney up the track and nearly put him in the wall as well. Blaney holds onto his race car, luckily. And he is outside the top 10. And I wonder if Blaney considers pitting a second time in this stage. If he's going to be close to going... Well, I don't think he can, actually. These guys are not giving him any room, passing him on the bottom, even though Blaney is giving up plenty of room on the inside. It's almost knocking him into the wall every time. Surprised it hasn't yet. No way the pace that Blaney's running, he's going to finish on the lead lap to the end of the stage. So you're looking at potentially a 2-stop strategy versus a 1-stop strategy. But I don't think he's going to make up enough time. This is just ridiculous how he gets punted up the track. Very fortunate it's not just turning the 12 car. Most of the time it would. A little cleaner that time with the couple cars that got around him in turns 3 and 4. Chase Briscoe, Anthony Alfredo, a couple rookies last season. Truex is back to 32nd. He was leading at one point earlier in the race. 25 laps left now in the stage. Custer makes a pass for 19th, running the 12th car up the track again. 24 laps to go. Again, not able to tell exactly how far interval-wise Blaney is off the race lead. But there can't be too many more cars on the lead lap that are behind him right now. Blaney going to try to get down to the bottom, and I think he'll pit this time by. Really doesn't want to lose any more time on the racetrack. He feels like he's going to be a lap down by the... Well, no, this is a tough predicament right now. I don't know what the right move... I don't know if there is a right move at this point. I guess the right move in hindsight would have been to probably just not short pit. Blaney did cycle up to 5th place, but he's losing so much time as we continue to stay green. There's no way he is going to finish on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Looks like Denny Hamlin's out of the race in 39th right now. That is a tough break for Hamlin. He also led laps early on. Blaney out of the gas off turn 2. We got into the wall. I don't believe he blew a tire, though. I think you have to be committed now, because if you pit, if you're Ryan Blaney, you're probably going to lose 2 laps. You may be able to get 1 back. There's no award for being the first car lap down in this game, which is unfortunate, even though in real life, obviously, if you're the first car 1 lap down, you get the free pass. Chase Elliott looks to be the last car on the lead lap in 22nd. Kevin Harvick, as of right now, is the race leader. Harvick will be coming around for 19 laps to go at stage 1 this time by, and I think Blaney has pretty much made his bet right now that he is going to have to just pit during the stage break. And I would imagine that the field will stay out, because at most tracks, they've been staying out during the stage breaks. Although at COTA, there were a couple cars that pit during the stage break, but not everybody. So if they have to make 2 green flag stops in stage 2, and Blaney has to make 1 there, maybe he can gain that lap back over time. And maybe take advantage of the fresh tires at the start of stage number 2 as well. There's a lot of strategy being played already in the Coca-Cola 600. Guess Blaney could get a late caution in this stage. That'd be something. Pit with 1 lap to go in the stage. Can't do that, though. Pit road's closed with 2 to go in the stage. Plus, if we did that, we're going to lose another lap, I would have to assume, also, when the leaders come back around. So we not only get penalized, which it does penalize you in this game, I do believe. I've seen the AI get penalized for it, at least. So I'd imagine we would, too. So not only would we get penalized, probably lose a lap there, but we'd also lose a lap because the leaders would have to be coming back around again while we're on pit road. Christopher Bell is not far behind the 4 car of Kevin Harvick right now as well. Just over a second behind Blaney. And they'll probably get to him by the time they get into turn 1. And here come the leaders as Harvick and Bell battle for the stage 1 win with 16 laps to go in the stage. Blaney going to stay low. Kevin Harvick. Christopher Bell on the outside in first and second. The bump draft from Logano to the back of Ryan Blaney. Blaney going to stay high now into turns 3 and 4. So they go 3 wide underneath him. Chase Elliott trying to get back on the lead lap before the end of the stage. There he goes in 22nd. He's on equal tires with the leaders. He might have a shot to do it. Kaz Gralla looking to pass Blaney for position as well. It'd be for 23rd. So Blaney is a lap down. At least we know what the strategy. If we ever end up back on the same strategy as the leaders the rest of this race, not to do that, because it's costing us. I don't know if we would have been able to hold on to the lead lap for, well, I can tell you right now we can only go 55 laps on fuel, so we would have had to short pit, but I pitted at lap 45 as soon as our window opened to the end of stage 1.
Got 1 left. All right, keep it high. All clear.
So if we would have taken it a little bit longer, it might have been a little bit better. Lenny didn't want to lift there. He gave Quentin Houff a little bump draft. Houff in 35th. He's 2 laps down. Blaney, again, has not had good finishes on the mile and a half this season. It's been the weak link in the program, not so much at Penske, but just specifically with this 12 team. Here today, a little bit better, in the sense that at least he's going to make it to the end of stage 1 without an accident. So we only have 12 laps to go in the stage. There'll be a lap down at the end of stage 1, but that's pretty much about it. No stage points on the line here, so he's not really going to hold these drivers back that will catch it for a position eventually before the end of the stage, assuming that somebody will. Whoever's in 25th, I'm sure, is going to close in on Ryan Blaney at some point. Austin Cindric, Blaney's teammate, the 33 car, has been struggling to pass him the last lap and a half or so. How far on tires? Probably not any longer than what we could go on fuel, I'd have to imagine. There's no telemetry in the game, so we really don't know for sure. The only reason I know how far we could go on fuel is just based off of the races we've had here at Charlotte in this game prior. About 55 laps is all Ryan Blaney can go on fuel. Anything after that is a true risk. So he'd have to go 55 laps from when he pitted to now, but considering he's a lap down, it would only be about 54 laps. So he is definitely going to be good to the end of the stage with being a lap down. Probably going to take that run in stage 2 out to about lap 55 this time, or at least with the rest of the field when they decide to pit. It's probably going to be the wise plan for the 12 team. 9 laps to go in the stage. Come on, Austin Dillon, Chris Buescher still in the top 10. Where's the fuel gauge? There is no fuel gauge in this game. I only know that because we've ran out of fuel. Either ran out of fuel at a specific lap is why I know the fuel range for most of the tracks in this game, or oh geez, didn't see Alex Bowman coming in there. Had a steam down on the bottom. Blaney just ran right into the side of him. Yeah, that's a problem too. There's no rearview mirror. There's no like fuel or tire telemetry in this game. But either that or I just decide to pit at like lap 55 or decide to pit, you know, when I felt like it, and kind of have to go based off of that strategy, really. There's a couple tracks I still don't know exactly how far we can go on fuel, but I think of the ones we have left on this season in particular, I think I have the fuel gauge or the fuel window for all of them. So Tyler Reddick is in 25th. He's only half a second behind Blaney with 7 to go in stage 1. And he's just going to have to sit there behind him. Again, Blaney on about 20 lap older tires, which is why he's getting blown around by every car right now. They're short pitting about 20 laps before the rest of the field. Mr. Clean Crew is in NASCAR 05, not in this game. So yeah, no Mr. Clean Crew tonight. You'll see them tomorrow night on our NASCAR Chase for the Cup 2005 stream in the Cup Series at Speedway Boulevard. Fantasy track race tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'll be a lot of fun. Eric Almirola getting by as well. I'm trying to get by. He's in 12th. He just lost a spot to Eric Jones. And Kurt Busch is in 10th, so he's in danger of not getting any stage points late in stage 1. Jones to the inside of Kurt Busch. Side by side for that final stage spot. Almirola on the high side. Blaney lifted to make sure he wasn't going to make contact with Almirola. No cars in line behind Blaney anywhere. Daniel Suarez is in 26, but he's about 5 seconds behind Blaney. I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch him. Well, Blaney was pretty slow through 1 and 2, rounding the outside that time. I mean, that's a good idea too, Michael, to do that in practice instead of trying to test it in the race. I don't try to test it in the race. The problem is you go to... That's just a long time to practice. I don't feel like going 60 laps on like a mile and a half of practice just to figure out exactly how far I can go on fuel. That's just way too much practice for me. Especially when you can't put in custom setups either. You're just going in there with a default setup. You can't really do much to adjustment-wise. Three to go. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back to 13th. He was in the top 5 before the first set of pit stops, so he's also lost some positions. Blaney in the wall pretty good off of turn 2. Very fortunate to not blow a tire that time. I haven't raced the Coke 600 on NASCAR 5 yet. I think it's coming up in about 4 or 5 races. We'll have the All-Star race right before it as well. Something also that this game does not have. Any exhibition races. Probably be another, if I had to guess, about 2 weeks before the Coke 600 on NASCAR 5. 2 laps to go this time by at the line. Blaney slowed down quite a bit on the brakes in turns 3 and 4. Maybe a little too much. I think I see Kevin Harvick and Christopher Bell side by side back there around for the lead. They are on the final lap in the stage that time by. Blaney going to stay to the outside. Going to try not to get ran over by the cars directly in line behind him. And I guess now they hit the start-finish line, so stage is over. And there it is. Now the top 10 have crossed the start-finish line. So stage 1 will come to an end. Ryan Blaney 1 lap down in this race. Kyle Larson will win stage 1. He is second in the regular season standings to Joey Logano. Logano gets a lot of stage points as well in this opening stage. But it'll be Kyle Larson winning the first stage. Christopher Bell second. Joey Logano third. Kevin Harvick fourth. Kyle Busch 5th, Austin Dillon 6th, Alex Bowman 7th, Kurt Busch 8th, Ryan Newman 9th, Chris Buescher will round out the top 10. Those are all the drivers getting stage points in stage 1 today. So those drivers get their stage points there. Ryan Blaney will pit during the stage 1 break. Our first caution of the night is for the stage end. No cautions for incidents so far at the Coca-Cola 600. We'll see if it'll stay that way. No damage to really repair on the number 12 car right now for tires and fuel. And they're going to make another wedge adjustment. Going to take another round of wedge out of the race car.
We cannot pass under yellow.
All right. Picture time. Yeah, I had to take the picture for points purposes because I'm having to do the points myself. Restart to stage 2 is underway. Ryan Blaney going to have to go through the full field. He is on fresh tires right now. Didn't upshift there for me at the start-finish line. I didn't have control until it got to the start-finish line, so I don't know why I didn't jump to third gear. But Ryan Blaney in 30th. He's the last car 1 lap down, and now on these fresh tires, going to try to go to work. And remember that he can drive on the apron on fresh tires. So he's going to wait it out until turns 1 and 2 to be able to do it this time by, so that way he's got the backstretch to get around this giant pack of back marker cars, plus a couple of faster cars that were back in traffic after maybe a pit road speeding penalty or whatever the case was. Oh my goodness. Martin Truex Jr. with a big block on Blaney. Front stretch that he was not clear, and he nearly turned himself into the infield. And he trying to get it done down on the bottom lane. A lot of stacking up going on in the middle lane as Blaney is still 3 wide down low. He's got about 35 lap pressure tires than the rest of the field right now as he's trying to make these passes. Some of them for position, most of them are on the lead lap. Bump draft to the back of Justin Haley as he also pulls down in front of the 12, just like Martin Truex Jr. did. That first lap after the restart, Blaney will be clear into turn 1. So after another wedge adjustment, now 4 fresh tires on the car, clean air in front of him as he'll be able to go full throttle as he's already driven back up to 23rd. Crew chief's already telling us to pit every lap. At least we know our window. So knowing that they all stayed out during the stage break, and they went 65 laps roughly on the first run, they're probably going to be looking at pitting right around lap 40. So they should be able to make it a one stop in stage number 2 still, but they will pit at lap 40 roughly. So Blaney will probably pit at lap 45 because he knows he can only go about 55 laps. So I feel Bubba Wallace just running right up into the left front of Blaney. Definitely damaged the right rear quarter panel of the 2311 Toyota. Doesn't look like Blaney had any damage from it. Hardly at all. Most of the damage was done on the corner panel, right rear corner panel specifically on the 23 car. Blaney going to go to the outside in turns 1 and 2. Elliott trying to go to the bottom underneath the 24 Byron. Not going to work. Blaney going to pull clear on both Byron and Elliott in the middle of turns 1 and 2. He's going to have to get around the leaders. He's up to 21st. I believe he is the first driver one lap down. And he's got to find a way around these guys quickly. Single file around the first couple cars he passed, so it's going to make his life a little bit easier. He's going to go to the outside into turns 1 and 2, trying to make his way around. 3 wide. Couple of the SHR Fords. 3 wide again. Blaney's in the wall. Off of turn 2. I don't think he blew a tire. Little contact with Chase Briscoe as well. That's the risk with going up high. Blaney really tight the dirty air that time. Had to lift. Able to clear the 14 back down to the inside though. No game bugs up to this point, Ryan Manu. Not yet. I know we're going to have that glitch where the lights are going to... When the lights turn on, the screen goes black for a couple seconds. So that's just bound to happen, considering this race started in the daytime and will end in the night. It's just a matter of when exactly will it happen. Again, Blaney in the wall on the outside, and this time it was in turns 3 and 4. And again, he does not blow a tire. He's being very, very glitchy. Or glitchy. He's being very, very risky. Trying to get through this field while he's got the fresher tires. He's going to have to make up this time. He knows that they're going to be able to make it on one stop in this stage. Blaney obviously will as well. Blaney on the inside, 3 wide, looking to make the passes on the backstretch. Oh, Michael McDowell in the top 10 right now. Squeezing down onto the apron is Blaney. He's probably going to have to take a shortcut on the front stretch, or they're probably going to turn him. That's going to slow him down. It's going to run him right into the side of McDowell. A little contact with the 34 car. That time he hit the AstroTurf and it got him a little sideways, and the 34 caught him just a bit. Bump draft to the back of the 1 car. Bowman running into the side of Blaney, and Blaney pulls in line behind him after that run stalled out as well. Big block by Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch pulling down top of the 12. Kind of loosen Busch up. Blaney to the outside of Austin Dillon. So close to getting back on the lead lap. Oh, Joey Logano moved up. Oh, and that knocked Blaney into the wall. And he nearly gets turned off the exit of turn 4 by Austin Dillon as well. He tries to get the momentum back. Kind of moved up in the middle of turns 3 and 4 when his teammate was pulling up on him fast. And he had nowhere to go. Clear Logano off of turn 2 down to the bottom. Side by side for the lead going on right now between Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch. Kyle Larson stuck on the outside behind Busch. Blaney going to bump draft Kevin Harvick. Giving him a shot in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Still dead even. Another push. Stolen out the 12 car in the middle of the corner, though. Good run off the exit. Trying to get Harvick out in front of Busch so he can make a pass. And Harvick clears Busch up high. Left the bottom open when he moved up for Blaney to clear Harvick off of turn 4. Blaney back on the lead lap in 20th. And now we'll continue to get away. About 27 laps roughly before the rest of the field will make their second pit stop of the day. I think the damage model on your car is good, like on the car you would drive. The AI, not so much. Because the AI, you'll drive around a car that looks like they have a lot of damage, and then as soon as you pass them, they don't have damage anymore. It's really strange. And vice versa. Sometimes they'll, look as if they don't have damage, and you'll pass them, and they'll have a ton of damage on like the front of their car. So it's really, really weird, glitchy, the way it works, really. Kyle Busch actually just got back around Kevin Harvick for the lead. Again, Blaney last car on the lead lap right now in 20th. It's about 3 seconds ahead of Kyle Busch, so he's roughly about 27 seconds or so off the race lead. We'll see how much time he can make up before those pit stops start. Maybe he's got a shot at getting stage points in this stage. Again, Kyle Larson won stage number 1 in today's race. You can tell it's getting darker on the racetrack. Not sure exactly when we're going to see the lights come on when it goes to complete darkness. Of course, there's still a lot of sun on the backstretch yet. Clear skies in today's race. Alternate through the different camera angles for the first time in the race when we get back to the start-finish line this time around. He's got a lot of grip in the race car right now during this run. Can Blaney trying to go for back-to-back wins. And get his first win on a 1.5 miles this season as well. Never won a 100% race on a 1.5 miles in this game before. And if we could do that in the Coca-Cola 600, that would just be insane. Of all the races I could have done it, this would probably be the last of the 1.5 miles I would have thought it would have been possible. Long ways to go. And we're only in 20th right now, so it's not like we're having a great day. We didn't get any stage points in stage 1. 24th, I believe, at the end of the first stage. Blaney on about 35 lap pressure tires, so that is why he is pulling the leaders. About to catch the tail end of lap traffic. Back in the dirty air, it looks like in turns 1 and 2. Has to lift quite a bit to keep the car on the bottom as they move up. Big run, hooked onto that blue and white line on the inside. He'll clear Cindric and the last of those back marker cars off of the exit of turn 2. Back in the clean air again by the time he gets down into turns 3 and 4. Overdrove the corner there and had to lift off the exit of turn 4. You saw how flat he was on the bottom of the racetrack on corner entry. So that definitely hurt him. Massive run incoming on Timmy Hill on the back straightaway. Then you're going to pull out a line down to the bottom. Pretty flat into turn 3. Has to roll out of the gas easily. Rolls back into it. Feathers the throttle up towards the outside off the exit of the corner again. Kind of got back in the gas a little too soon. He tends to be struggling in turns 3 and 4 a little bit more than he is in turns 1 and 2. Take notes during the live streams. I'm taking mental notes. Always learning. I do have a page on my Google Docs, so when it comes to the fuel telemetry for this game, so that way at least I know that, like I said, at most tracks. All but like 3. I think Homestead, I didn't make it to the end. Like I DNF'd at Homestead, Nashville, and there's another track I DNF'd in every race I've ran before I got to the first pit stop. So those are the only racetracks. I don't know exactly how far you can go on fuel on a full run in this game. When you're going to clear Davison off turn 4. Justin Haley down into the AstroTurf. Front stretch, there's Kaz Corrala in 27. Blaney flat into turn 1, making sure he's going to have the 16 car clear. Colleague Racing. I can relate, Ryan. With the missing of just the EA Sports games in general, I mean, that was my childhood. It's hard to believe those games are going to be going on 20 years old here, the ones I played the most growing up within the next couple of years. Making me feel old. Not sure who's in 19th right now, the next driver that Blaney would be able to pass for position.
Bring it through at this lap.
15 more laps and we'll be seeing some green flag pit stops starting.
Bring it through at this lap.
Yeah, either some point, I would have to imagine it'll be some point stage 2, but it might be stage 3 when the lights are going to turn on the racetrack, and we will likely have that glitch where the screen goes to black for a couple seconds. Again, you just got to hope that don't blow a tire. That is what costed Blaney a win at Las Vegas earlier this season, less than 90 laps to go in a race that was only supposed to be a day race. The lights weren't even supposed to turn on. But oh, we got trouble on the exit of pit road. Chris Buescher has crashed. No caution as we continue to stay green. Again, cautions are on. They have to be on for the stages to be on in this game. Our only caution so far is for a stage break. We saw the impact that time. So pit stop starting a little bit earlier than I even expected, and I wonder if they can even make it on fuel to the end of this stage then, with some of the drivers that are pitting right now at least. I don't think it's possible. And now we have a caution. Alright, so caution is out at Charlotte for the first time for incident today, about a lap after Chris Buescher had crashed. Blaney's going to pit during the yellow. We'll see if anybody else will come in. Not going to have to repair any damage here. 4 tires and fuel for the 12 team. And no adjustments during this pit stop. So this will be the third stop of the day. Blaney getting to pit while while on the lead lap. So that's actually good caution for Ryan Blaney. He could pit with the rest of the field here. And he's right back on the same strategy as the leaders and on the lead lap. So after finishing a lap down at the end of stage 1, he was able to unlap himself early in the stage, and now we get a caution. And it looks like he had a pretty fast pit stop as he is going to restart in the 10th position. Green flag back in the air at Charlotte in the Coke 600. Bump drafted BJ McLeod trying to get him going on the restart. DJ stalling out. Oh, man, Timmy Hill moving up. Was not clear with Blaney. Oh, my goodness. And Cody Ware just knocked Ryan Blaney into the outside wall off of turn 2. And Blaney has a blown right front tire. Needs to get down to the bottom lane, and he has to pit this time. Unbelievable. Right after the restart and right after he was able to get back on the lead lap. Unbelievable. And now he's going to go a lap down again. Yeah, we're running full damage, as you guys can see. Timmy Hill had hit Blaney on corner entry into turn 1, but then Cody Ware knocked into him off the exit of turn 2, pinching the 12 car into the outside wall. And the sad part is he's not going to be able to make it on fuel to the end of the stage. I don't think anybody can make it on fuel to the end of the stage. But what a costly, costly break. After Cody Ware ran Ryan Blaney into the wall off of turn 2. Blaney was inside the top 10 on normal strategy. Lap car got in his way. And here come the leaders on the backstretch. They're not going to be able to get to the 12 car by the time Blaney gets up to speed. So that'll be good for Blaney at least. We'll have clean air. But the problem is he is right back to 1 lap down after just getting that lap back. Good news is he's got over half the race to go. I was about to turn Cody Ware for a caution after that. I'm not going to lie. I held back, though. I held back. I was like, nope, don't do it. Don't do it. Talk myself out of it. Mentally. Wonder if we're going to see a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops again in this race. That would be interesting. I think Alex Bowman's behind us, so somehow the top 2 are ahead of us, I believe. So I think Blaney might actually be 2 laps down. I think. I mean, we'd have to be 2 laps down if Bowman and Kurt Busch are the 2 cars behind us right now. Kyle Larson's a few seconds behind them. So somehow the top 2 are way ahead of where we're at. I have no clue how they're that far ahead of the field already. But they are, so if that's the case, I believe Ryan Blaney's 2 laps down. Revoke Cody Ware's charter? Revoke the Rick Ware charters. I demand it. I mean, you guys could probably go back and rewatch that. He obviously just turned right into us. And when you're on the outside, on complex damage on this game, doesn't take much to blow a tire, and what a tough break. Definitely tell Blaney on equal tires just doesn't have the speed that the rest of the cars in the top 5 have, because Bowman and Busch have closed in behind him. They were only about a second and a half when Blaney came out of the pits behind him, and it's taken about 7 to 10 laps to be able to run to him. I don't know what the strategy is at this point, at least to the end of the stage, when everybody has to pit. I mean, the only thing I could think of is you could short pit, but if a caution comes out in the middle of green flag pit stops again, you're trapped more than just 2 laps down, and that's going to end your chances of winning the race. And 2 laps down is tough to come back from as it is. He's not able to pass the 12 car when he's able to hold his own for right now. Pulls it in on a lap car in the back straightaway. Another Rick Ware car of Josh Bilicki. Blaney pulls out of line. He'll make the easy pass. And I think Bowman was able to also get by on the inside as well as Kurt Busch. So they all got around Bilicki pretty easily that time. Kurt Busch looking for a move underneath of Bowman for 3rd. And he is there, side by side for 3rd place. Congrats on your tickets for the Indy 500. It's pretty cool. Blaney's got to go up the track, and he lifted off the exit of turn 2. He was aimed right for the outside wall. Kurt Busch just ran right into the side of him. Blaney was coming down at the same time. Busch wasn't hooked to the line like Blaney thought he was going to be. Some contact there as well. Even if Blaney short pits, he could get 1 lap back by the end of the stage. I don't think he can get both of them back. And again, that is banking on this race not having another caution in stage 2. But again, when would that decision be to short pit for Blaney? Knowing the rest of the field will not be able to make it on field to the end of stage 2 as it is. I think we're going to have to wait for the lights to come on at least, if that happens in stage 2, just in case we blow a tire and we have to pit anyway. Because last thing I want to do is short pit and then the lights come on and we blow another tire immediately after we pit. And we lose a couple more laps. Because at some point when those lights turn on, this game is going to go to black. It may flicker. It might do it more than just once. And you're really hoping he's on the back straightaway. If he's anywhere that isn't the back straightaway, he's probably going to end up blowing a tire. And you just got to hope he doesn't take a hard hit into the wall. Because even though he blew that right front tire with Cody Ware, I don't think he has a lot of damage on the race car, fortunately. He's got decent speed in it still. He's not as fast as the leaders, but he never really was, even at the start of the day. Larson, 5th and 6th, 3.5 seconds behind. Some of the slower lap cars coming up very soon. The back of the pack. Probably going to hold Bowman and Busch up because they're going 2x2 up there. Right in front of the 48 and the 1. And that's the time for Busch to pull out of line, trying to make the pass on Bowman, but he's got nowhere to go on the inside, like Bowman doesn't have anywhere to go on the outside. Just past halfway in stage number 2. Bowman still not able to get through on the outside. Neither is Kurt Busch down low. Blaney with a huge run on the top. 3 wide to the outside in turns 3 and 4. The only time he could really get clean air into the corner. A bump draft to the back of the 48 car. Bowman runs right into the side of him. This might actually work out for Blaney. Turns 1 and 2, back to the outside again. Trying to get there on Truex. Just enough room to do it. Well, he got back around Alex Bowman and Kurt Busch again. Slide job into turns 3 and 4. And he'll clear the 78 of BJ McLeod up on the outside. It's as if he's about 4 or 5 seconds behind Eric Jones in second. Not sure who the leader is or how far ahead they are still, but at least Blaney gets around 2 more cars on the lead lap. Virtue of lap traffic. And Kurt Busch is in 3rd place, pulling away from Bowman, who's still stuck in traffic. I'm sure Busch will run Blaney back down at some point in time again. $18 likes on the stream. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. And running to the Coca-Cola 600 on NASCAR 21 Ignition. This race is almost an hour and a half long. We're not even halfway done yet. 5 minutes away from that. Blaney and Busch are running very similar in lap times right now. It doesn't really look like Kurt's closing in. And the lights are coming on as we speak. I see them coming on the top of the racetrack. I'm bracing for impact. If I'm in the middle of the corner, I'm getting on the brakes. I don't care where Kurt Busch is behind me. The lights are slowly coming on the racetrack. Now we just got to wait for the sun to set. And the game may go to black, so I'd assume that we're very close to having that happen here in stage 2. Mikey, welcome to the stream. It'd be awesome if I could time it perfectly and we have that glitch while I'm on pit road. Making the pit stop. Oh, there it is. Don't hit the wall, don't hit the wall. My car got really loose. I think we're all right. We survived it. We survived the glitch. For maybe the first time ever. The lights are on at Charlotte. And we have gone from day to night. Blaney was in the middle of the front stretch and almost wrecked. He lost control of the car, but was able to stay in the gas and make his way around. Definitely cost him some time as Kurt Busch has closed on him. And as we are now in the nighttime sky, at least Blaney did not blow a tire that time. Why does the game do that? I have no clue. If I knew, I'd tell you. I don't think the developers have any clue either, otherwise it probably would have been fixed. I do not like the way this track looks at night. It looks way too bright. Like everything's reflecting so much that you can't even read the sponsors on the car. I know Maytag is our sponsor tonight, but the reflection's terrible. For a game that has good graphics, the game sometimes doesn't have good graphics. This is the case. Kurt still cannot get around Ryan Blaney, and Bowman's within a couple seconds now. It looks like Joey Logano's battling Alex Bowman for 4th place. Blaney has gained 1 spot as well. He was in 27, now he's in 26. I think he passed the car for position at some point in that lap traffic that he has already gotten around. And he will have to pit at some point in this stage. And when will he pit? Exactly. To short pit. He likely will short pit. He'll definitely be pitting at the stage 2 break once again, like he did in the stage 1 break. Kurt Busch looking low, but can't quite get to the inside of Blaney that time. Pulls in line behind him down the backstretch. Off the exit of turn 4. Busch again just can't get around the 12. Replace Mike Joy when he retires? That'd be a dream. I think that job's probably going to Adam Alexander. He's next in line. He's been there for a long time. He's done his dues. He definitely deserves it. I think he'd be good enough for it, honestly. I don't think he's a bad commentator at all. Had a great day, Joshua. Yeah, sorry for not calling you out earlier. I have seen you in the chat, though. We get enough people in here, it's hard to remember who I've called out and who I haven't. 19 likes on the stream right now, so definitely, again, hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Still in the first half of our Coca-Cola 600 NASCAR 21 Ignition Edition. Then he going to the outside in turns 1 and 2. 52 car of Josh Bilicki underneath him. We'll make the pass on him. The blur of the cars up ahead is so terrible as well. I thought that was a giant pack of cars we're closing in on, and then I realized in the middle of the corner it's just 3 of them. It's so pixelated. Have the graphics on this game gotten worse? Because I don't remember them being this bad at night. Like in the sky and everything, it's alright, but when you're looking at like the actual track, like the infield itself looks good still. Everything outside the track, it's just literally on the asphalt. If anything is on the asphalt, it looks terrible. $33 laps to go in the stage. Why is this game called Ignition when this is start half the time? That's a good one. Maybe that's the idea, is because you have to restart it so many times. James Davison in 25th, Chris Buescher in 24th up ahead. Blaney closing in on him. Blaney to the outside, turns 1 and 2. Kurt Busch is going to get underneath him now. Blaney might get a bigger run off the high side, and does. And Kurt didn't really go up, it side drafted him. And there goes Logano up high. Busch into the back of the 12 because the 12 is pitting this time off of turn 4. 45 miles an hour is the pit road speed limit, and it'll get down in time. No adjustments, 4 tires and fuel for the 12. Gonna short pit. This is very risky because if we have a caution before the end of stage 2. Blaney's going to go about 4 laps down, and he is definitely not going to be able to come back from it. But he's 2 laps down as it is now after a blown tire earlier in the stage when Cody Ware ran him into the wall off the latest restart due to a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops. The rest of the field will probably be coming into the pits within the next 20 laps or so. Don't believe they can make it on fuel to the end of stage number 2. And we have about 32 laps to go. Less than that for the leaders now, considering they're still out on the track. Game makes you question your life choices. Yes, it does. And pit road's not that pixelated either. It's just the actual asphalt on the track. On the actual racing surface. Lenny getting up to speed on the bottom. Gonna have to stay on the apron. Blaney's going to be much faster than everybody else, probably sitting on about 40 lap fresher tires. Hasn't had to make any adjustments the last 2 pit stops. He's doing all right. Probably getting about as much out of his car as he possibly can, really. Where's the field at? We just kind of cycled out in a bunch of clean air, which I am A-okay with. That's going to allow Blaney to attack on these fresher tires. Last time he made a green flag stop back in stage 1, that was not the case, and he ended up going a lap down before the end of the stage. He was caught in traffic maybe a little bit too long. Got that lap back at the beginning of stage 2, got the caution, but on the restart, lap car Cody Ware again pinched him into the wall off of turn 2. They weren't even 3 wide either. It was a sad part. They were only side by side. Blaney just did not get enough room up there. With blowing that tire, he had to make a green flag stop during this current run. Literally just about a lap or 2 after the restart. Went into the outside of Timmy Hill. We have 1 car pitting off of turn 4 that time as well, and is able to make his way down with ease. That's going to stink if they pit already, because I don't know if Blaney's going to gain enough time on the leaders to get 1 of his 2 laps back. That's the goal with short pitting right now. Blaney's goal with short pitting now is that he can get 1 of his 2 laps back before the end of stage 2, assuming we stay green, of course, long enough. And then in stage 3, try to get a lap back there so he can be on the lead lap come the final stage. Because again, this is 4 stages in this race, and with it being so long and with that extra stage, that really helps Blaney at least give him a chance. But definitely took him out of a shot to get any stage points in stage 2 when he was in the top 10 when Cody Ware had pinched him into the wall. What could have been? Give us 2 trivia questions. I only have the 1 trivia question tonight. And we'll answer that in stage 3. We'll wait till a little bit after the restart to the 3rd stage. Luck with that, Mikey. DNF, I want trivia. We are in the first half. If we can make it to the end of stage 2, there will be no Sporkle tonight. That'll be 2 races in a row we won't have to do it. We actually won at Coda. Made it to the end, won both stages and the race. Tonight, it's not been great. We're in 27th, multiple laps down. Trying to make our way back through it. And 1 car pitted not long after Blaney. But everybody else has been on the track since. Definitely gonna have to watch himself in the middle of turns 3 and 4 if he is on the bottom lane, just in case any cars in front of him pit. And he's gonna have to be super, super aggressive though getting around these drivers. There's another car coming out of the pits who might have just pit moments ago. Can pull up evasively into line on the middle of the backstretch. It's Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car. Blaney to the outside, turns 3 and 4. There's a lot of 2x2 traffic coming up very shortly. Blaney and Truex on fresher tires, trying to get around it. Blaney gets around Truex on the high side. They are stacking up big time. Bubba Wallace not giving Ryan Blaney a lot of room on the bottom. Blaney is down low on the apron. Again, he's got fresher tires than these guys, so that might be the time to be able to pull off this move. But they are stacking up so much. Blaney just trying to give himself as much space as possible. Gonna hope for the best on the front stretch. Gonna have to take the trip through the AstroTurf. Barely hangs onto it. 3 wide with Logano. One car coming out of the pits. Down on the bottom. Blaney had to go down there. Couldn't tell who that was. I think it was Michael McDowell in the 34. That was about 4 wide going into turn 1. Blaney could have potentially ran right into the back of McDowell as low as he's running right now. He's going to have to be careful as low as he's running in case any cars in front of him try to hit pit road, because we have been seeing green flag pit stops go on. Nobody pits at all in this lead pack. Blaney going to try the outside into turns 1 and 2. Almirola pulled right up. I should say Blaney pulled right into the back of Almirola. It wasn't really Almirola's fault there. Able to get the cut down to the bottom and cleared off of turn 2. Christopher Bell is the race leader. He has won 2 races this season. He won back-to-back at Talladega and Darlington. He's the leader now. I would assume Blaney is probably, if I had to guess, he is probably 3 laps down. He was 2 down, then he pitted. I think he is 3 down after that most recent pit stop. But he is looking to make one of those laps back up even before Bell pits, which is good because that means he can cycle in front of him after all the leaders pit, assuming we don't get a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops. I do not have a Discord now. Bell is having a hard time with the lap traffic as well. Daniel Suarez, Corey LaJoie, Blaney closing in. Down towards the apron. Bell clears the lap cars off turn 2. Blaney clears Bell off of turn 2 as well. And he's going to get that spot back. So he's right back to 2 laps down, which is where he was at before he pitted. So that's good. So if we get a caution, it's not really going to hurt him any. I mean, it will hurt him in the grand scheme of things because he could have gotten back to 1 lap down. But it's not going to hurt him in the sense that he's going to lose an extra lap because of it. The game is not glitched on us, no. Well, I mean, it did, but it didn't cost us anything when the screen went to black when the lights turned on. We were on the front stretch. We got a little sideways, but we kept it off the wall. We did blow a tire early in stage 2. Cody Ware pinched us into the wall after Blaney had got back on the lead lap and back inside the top 10, unfortunately. Definitely going to have to survive the restarts going forward. We know we're going to have at least 2 more, with 2 more stage ends coming in stage 2, stage 3. We had that 1 caution for incident. We still don't know exactly who it was on. I don't know if it was for Chris Buescher, who we saw spin off of turn 4 and hit the inside retaining wall on the front stretch. Missed the tire barrier at the front of it, unlike Chastain earlier who hit it. We didn't get a caution for that, but we did get a caution for Buescher's accident. He missed the tire wall, but he hit the retaining wall on the inside. And into the outside in turns 1 and 2. Makes the pass on Harvick. Harvick back to 18th. He was leading at one point in stage 2. Wonder what's happened to him. No, I haven't dumped anybody. Or are you asking me, would I if it came down to that for the win? No. Not in this game, for sure. I thought about dumping Cody Ware, but I didn't. Now this game, I feel like it would backfire immensely. Blaney under Chase Elliott, side by side with the 9 off of turn 4. Elliott going down to try and side draft the 12. Blaney hasn't cleared him yet on the front stretch. Blaney will have the advantage on the inside. We'll see if he can actually clear him into 1 and 2. Blaney goes up to try and side draft the 9. Aggressively will make the pass. And when will the leaders pit? Before the end of the stage. They have about 10 laps to go. We've seen some drivers pit. Very few of them have actually made their green flag stop in stage 2, their second one. And there goes Kyle Busch, who was in the top 10. He's in. Matt Benedetto up on the outside. Blaney gets around him. Really gripped up well on the bottom that time. Big run on Reddick on the backstretch, and he'll pull clear before they even get into turn 3. Which is good in case Reddick ends up pitting this time. Clean air in front of Blaney to hit his marks. Almost to the end of stage 2, which would mark exactly halfway tonight. I think William Byron in 37's out of the race as well. He was in the top 5 early in stage 1. Looks like Christopher Bell is on pit road as we speak. So I believe Blaney has gotten another lap back. He was only about halfway off of pit lane. He was right at about the start-finish line when Blaney had gotten around him. So I think that even when he gets up to speed and has about those 20 lap or so fresher tires than Blaney, I don't think he's going to be able to run him back down. Another car in the inside wall on the front stretch. Couldn't tell who that was. I think it was Kaz Gralla in the 16. But he got up into the wall. There's Logano. 22 car. He was battling for 4th place with Alex Bowman earlier. Pull up with a lot of clean air in front of him, at least immediately. Oh, we got a couple cars crashing off of turn 4. It's tough to tell who it is with the bad graphics. 2 cars wiped out towards the inside retaining wall. On the front stretch, we got a massive stack up going on. Almost like somebody was out of fuel as they're 3 wide into turns 1 and 2. Blaney down on the bottom lane, probably not where he wants to be right now. 4 wide on the backstretch at Charlotte as Blaney's just trying to get through this mess. Have to assume we're probably going to see some cars pitting in this pack. Blaney's on the apron just waiting for him. And here comes Alfredo! And into the wall goes Anthony Alfredo. Off the front bumper of the 12 of Ryan Blaney. I think he backed it into the inside retaining wall. Not really any damage on the 12 car. Very fortunate to hit him about as square as he could have. He was in a terrible spot, though, for Alfredo trying to hit pit road. And I think Alfredo might have actually spun into the pits. Because if Alfredo spun into the pits, that's probably why we didn't get a caution. Backed it onto pit road. Kyle Busch to the outside on the pressure tires. He's on the lead lap. Battling Austin Dillon for 7th. Dillon stuck right now. He'll get to the inside of Blaney into turns 3 and 4. So does Harvick. Harvick flying by. He's a lap down right now in 15th. Just past Blaney for position. So again, Blaney has no shot at any stage points. I don't believe. He's at 14th now. Still probably have some cars that have to pit. Just a couple laps to go in stage 2. I dunked Kyle and Kurt Busch's mom for the win. Jeez. Ruthless. PJ McLeod and Joey Gase on fresher tires. Gase will clear Blaney off of turn 2. McLeod going to look low into 3. Blaney's just going to get out of the gas and let the 78 go. Drop in line behind him. Should be coming to the final lap in the stage, I believe, this time by. Maybe next time, considering Blaney's 1 lap down. But he has got one of his 2 laps back. An improvement from stage 1 to stage 2, even with the flat tire earlier in stage 2. He was 24th at the end of the first stage. He's 14th right now. Cole Custer is going to get around him for position. They were 3 wide. Blaney had no clue they were 3 wide. Christopher Bell's coming. He's only 4 seconds behind Blaney. Oh, and Newman just ran right into the side of the 12 as well. I think Bell is going to cross the start-finish line behind Blaney. So Bell is about 3.5 seconds behind Blaney. Blaney barely will finish 1 lap down at the end of the stage. But he will still finish 1 lap down in 16th at the end of stage 2. Now he can pit during the stage break, and he'll have a few lap fresher tires on the leaders, not too much, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But Christopher Bell will win stage 2 after Kyle Larson won stage 1. Alex Bowman finishes 2nd. Bubba Wallace up to 3rd. Joey Logano 4th. Kyle Larson, who won again stage 1, finishes 5th in stage 2. Austin Dillon 6th. Eric Jones 7th. Kyle Busch 8th. Kurt Busch 9th. And Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 10 in the second stage tonight as we are halfway home in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. What a lengthy race that this is here today. The pictures for points paying purposes in stage number 2. And we'll hop on into stage number 3. Halfway home here tonight. Marquise Carter, welcome to the stream. Oh, no damage on the front of the 12. Yeah, I'm very lucky that was the case. Four tires of fuel, no adjustments for Ryan Blaney. So it'll be pit stop number 5, I believe, on the day already. No tire limit in the Cup Series. And green flag back in the air at Charlotte. Bit of a stack up on the restart. Blaney trying to get through it all. Right in line behind Harvick into turns 1 and 2. Looking down to the apron. He'll just stay in line behind the Ford wisely. So a couple lap pressure tires for Ryan Blaney, but he's definitely making some passes already. In turns 3 and 4. 1 passes per position somewhere back here as well. And he down to the bottom. Couldn't stick it 3 wide. He's got fresh tires, but not that much fresher than the cars in front of him. Oh, De Benedetto! Nearly took the nose off the 12 on the backstretch. Into turns 3 and 4. Blaney back to the outside. Oh, what? Oh, man. Benedetto got into the wall there, but Blaney did as well.
3 wide, you're up top. 3 wide, 2 down.
3 wide up high.
Clear.
Blaney with a big head of steam.
All right, keep it high. 2 inside.
Risky racing right now in the pack, especially being on the outside. He's going to pull back down to the bottom just in front of Martin Truex Jr. behind the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Suarez just got into the left rear of Corey LaJoie, stacking those guys up. Blaney got by on the bottom. Timmy Hill, Corey LaJoie still up high. No, we're a lap down still. Lap down in 11th. We are not on the lead lap. And he has a pretty good run on DiBenedetto. He's going to go high. Side by side, side drafting going on in front of Blaney as well between Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe. Blaney on the outside of the 21 of DiBenedetto. Briscoe pulls up right in front of Blaney. Blaney gives a big push to Tyler Reddick. Trying to bump draft him as they both get down to the inside. Reddick with a crossover on Briscoe. Blaney up the track nearly into the side of the 4. He lifted to keep it off of him, and that's going to allow Harvick to clear Blaney as they battle for 11th. Big run for the 12 on the 8 of Reddick. Reddick tried to block. Blaney got a little lower. Reddick with a side draft into turn 1 down on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to squeeze the 12 car. A lot of aggressive racing going on right now, some of it for position. Doesn't help with the dirty air on the 12 as well. Side drafting the 21. Benedetto pulls in line behind Blaney. Be a little bit of drafting help down there that helped the 12 car out. Which helps with the 550 package. Have that draft. Blaney's still on the inside of Tyler Reddick. You can't get around him right now. Harvick going to pull down to the bottom. Going to get dirty air, though, in the middle of the corner for Blaney. The 4 car right where he's at. Blaney hanging on the left rear corner panel of Matty D. And the 21, Harvick gets a little upset. Reddick bounces into the wall on the front stretch. And here comes Blaney, 3 wide into 1. Very tight. And they somehow make it through with no contact. Blaney on the outside with Reddick. Gonna pull down on Harvick again. 3 wide into 3. Blaney backs out to let the 4 in. Big Jimmy Johnson, welcome into the stream. Blaney clears to Benedetto. Big run for Harvick. In turns 1 and 2. Blaney all over the 4. What a move. 3 wide. Got to the left rear corner panel of the 4 car. They side drafted each other enough. Blaney's clear into turn 3. What a move to make the pass for 10. 3 wide. Both passes for position on Briscoe and Harvick. And now he blocks both lanes on the front stretch. And clean air in front of the 12 all of a sudden. He's going to go full throttle through 1 and 2. Now that he has the clean air. The comeback is real, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Blaney was 2 laps down. He is still 1 lap down, but he is back in the top 10 for the 2nd time today. Kurt Busch is in 9th, and I believe for position as well. Back to just a one-stop strategy in Stage 3 for the rest of the field because they pitted late in Stage 2, so they could definitely make it a one-stop in this stage. Same goes for Gordon. Tell Jeff Gordon to come back in the chat. Ethan Kuhn, 100, welcome to the stream. Please help Kyle Busch to win. Oh no, we're racing everybody tonight. trying to get back in the regular season point standings. Missing out on any sort of stage points in the first 2 stages definitely hurt Blaney in that aspect. It's a good thing he did sweep the stages at Coda as well as getting the win. First max points day of the season. And with a massive run, make the pass on Quinn Houff in the 0-0 into turns 1 and 2. Rides the brakes a little bit because he was in the dirty air behind his teammate Cindric. He's got to run on Cindric. Slower lap car, and they'll clear him before getting into turn 1. And now he's in the dirty air of Kurt Busch in the 1 car, who is in 9th. Big run, though. I think Busch lifted off of turn 2 or something, because Blaney really closed that gap, and he'll make the pass for 9th place. Pulling a Daniel. Who's pulling a Daniel Hemrick? Me? Trying to come from 2 laps down? Hemrick do that or something? I'm not sure where the line is, though, for cars that were on the lead lap at the end of the stage and not on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace was 3rd at the end of stage number 2. He's back to 8th right now. Something tells me that that might be the last car on the lead lap, unless 3rd place on back is a lap down and only the top 2 are on the lead lap. Bell was pretty far ahead of even 2nd place when he won stage 2, so maybe it's possible that that's the case. It's nice to know that Blaney has top 10 speed on fairly equal tires. Again, only really about 5 laps fresher than everybody else, which after 10 laps they'll even out, which we've gone more than 10 laps, so they're definitely even out by this point in the run. Yeah, we're pulling a Kyle Busch. That's what we're trying to do. Come from a couple laps down. Kyle Busch usually doesn't win those races. He usually comes from far back and gets a good finish. We're trying to pull a Bill Elliott. Talladega in the 80s, trying to come from 2 laps down to win. Though we're doing that with a couple cautions. Well, really we've only had 1 caution since we were 2 laps down. That was the stage break at the end of stage 2. We've had 3 cautions total, 1 for incident, but it was early in stage 2 before we had the flat tire. So it actually helped us get back on the lead lap because we were in 20th, last car on the lead lap when the caution waved. Got us caught back up. So similar strategy for the drivers in the field right now. Probably all pit around the same time, I'd have to imagine, here in stage 3. 1 car just got into the wall in the front stretch and stacked the whole line of cars up. Entering into turn 1. It's Bubba Wallace in the 23 pulling down towards the bottom. Getting around Josh Bilicki, blending to the inside of Wallace. We'll see if it's for position or not. Into turn 3, Bubba up high, Blaney down low. Oh, contact! They got stuck together. Blaney with a run! Oh, into the wall. He got into the back of the 23. And that just knocked the nose of the car up the racetrack. Got into the wall. He didn't lift in that transition. Very fortunate to not blow another tire. We're in the second half of this race now. I don't think he can afford that anymore. Oh, you're talking about Kyle Busch at our club? Yeah. Oh, no, Hemrick. Yeah, Hemrick did that. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, 3 wide pass on Wallace. So Wallace is the last car in the lead lap at 8th. When he follows Elliott around McLeod on the outside on the front stretch. So Ryan Blaney's the first car 1 lap down in 9th, but no free pass in this game. He has to unlap himself the old-fashioned way. So So we'll see if he can do it. He's got one of his laps back the old-fashioned way, but he's going to have to do it again just to get back on the lead lap. Christopher Bell's back to 6th. He does not look as fast as what he did in Stage 2. Logano's underneath him in the battle for that 6th place position, side by side off of Turn 4 between the 20 and the 22. Big run for the 12 of Blaney as they side draft each other on the front stretch. Blaney goes 3 wide to the inside. Big risk. Nearly making contact with his teammate Logano. Logano almost gets into the side of the 20 of Bell now. Off the exit of Turn 2. Blaney got a little tight, but he barely kept it off of Elliott. Two Penske Fords down on the bottom. One of which is a lap down, just trying to get back into this race. Up the track he goes. Had to lift to keep it off of Elliott, though. And back in line behind those guys he goes again. Oh, Elliott just got in the wall that time. Went a little bit too wide. Bell clears Logano on the outside. Blaney in the dirty air behind Elliott. Lifts off of Turn 4. Elliott goes low. Logano goes low, trying to work together to get by Bell. Logano back to the inside of the 20. The 12 underneath the 9 on the front stretch. Logano, Bell side drafting each other quite a bit again. And again, Blaney goes 3 wide to the inside. A little bit more room to run. Contact with his teammate. And they're still 3 wide off of Turn 2. Contact between the 20 and the 22 on the outside. Will they make it into 3? Oh, Elliott up the middle, and he just gets through there without making contact with both Bell and Blaney. Blaney back to the top. So Elliott had to get out of the gas off the exit of the corner to keep it off the 20. He couldn't hold it in the middle like he started it. Blaney to the outside to catch a little bit of clean air. Was able to run near full throttle through 1 and 2 because of it. Now to the bottom underneath Christopher Bell. Bell side drafts him, really pinches him down on that blue and white line on the apron. Bell might get a better run off the outside. Still side by side. Close quarters racing now between Bell and Blaney. Contact into Turn 1, and they are stuck. Stalling each other out again. That contact kept the 12 from clearing the 20. Into Turn 3. Logano still on the bottom lane, putting Blaney in the dirty air, and again he gets into the side of Bell. And every time he makes contact, it's not allowing him to make a pass on Bell. Into Turn 1. Again they make contact. That time he cleared him. Definitely risking blowing a tire. Bell with a crossover. Blaney couldn't get down to the bottom. He loses it. Oh, and Elliott barely kept it off the wall off of Turn 4. Dropped way out of the gas, which nearly stacked up Bubba Wallace, who was in that pack as well. Blaney tight off of Turn 2. He's in the wall. He's pushing too hard now. Didn't blow a tire, thankfully. He's going to have to go right back to just running his own race again. It's going to be tough to get back on the lead lap in this race. He's got to find a way to do it. He's probably going to have to short pit the pit stop at Stage 3. Everybody, again, will have to make one stop in this third stage, just like they had to in the first 2 stages. But when he short pitted it earlier in the race, he couldn't actually hold on to the lead lap. And he was a lap down at the end of Stage 2. So that is the risk he runs if he does that again here, depending on how many laps early. It was about 20 laps early the first time. Probably going to go to lap 45 as soon as that window opens up for him again. But remember, they did not pit during the stage break. They pitted towards the end of stage number 2. So they're probably not going to go all the way to lap 65 like they did at the very start of the race. They're probably going to go, if I had to guess, maybe 5 laps or so after Blaney. But is those 5 laps on 45 lap fresher tires enough for Blaney to drive around whoever the leader is right now to at least get that lap back? Definitely going to wait for that window to open. There was a lap car that just hit pit road that last time. Blaney dealing with a tight car right now. Some of it might be the damage on the right side of the race car. Destroy the car, refuse to go to the infield care center. I'm fine, I'm fine.
Bring it through at this lap.
Kyle Larson in the 5 car who just pit for an unscheduled stop. Moving Blaney up to 8th. Larson's a lap down now, but he is on fresher tires. He just about turned Bubba Wallace coming out of the pits and trying to merge his way back into traffic. That would have been a costly caution for Larson, considering that he just went a lap down with pitting there. So now Larson's a lap down in this race, which is interesting. And he is not going to be able to make it on fuel to the end of stage 3, pitting when he did. Go about 65 laps, and we have just over 65 laps to go. So unless we get a caution in this stage, that's the only way Larson would be able to actually make it on fuel to the end of stage 3, is if we get a yellow. If we get a yellow, I think he could save enough under the caution. He's definitely coming through on about 30 lap fresher tires though than the 12 of Blaney, who pitted during the stage break. So Blaney will stay high in turns 1 and 2, and Larson will drive right underneath him. The problem is can Blaney actually cycle ahead of Larson to get back on the lead lap? Well, Larson's short pitting even before Blaney. That's going to be tough. But again, if we stay green to the end of the stage, Larson will have to pit again. With just a few laps left in the stage, probably in the final 5 laps of the stage, he'll have to pit. So he should be able to get around him eventually, but probably not the first time. Though when he comes out of the pit lane, he will be faster than Larson too, considering Larson will be on older tires than the 12. So it's really dependent on how well Larson gets through traffic on his fresh tires he has right now, because Blaney's going to be pitting in about another 11 laps or so. There's another car on pit road. And I think it was another lead lap car, because Wallace just moved up to 6th and Bell moved up to 5th with whoever it was that just pit. So that's the second car in the lead lap that pits, but that's borderline to make it on fuel. Considering Blaney's a lap down, we have exactly 65 laps to go in stage 3. And he's closing back in on these cars ahead of him again. We're starting to race a little bit harder. Let's see who this is that just pitted. And it was Eric Jones in the 43 car. Blaney's getting really tight all of a sudden. This point in the run. Probably going to drop another half round of wedge when he comes into pit road. He's struggling in the dirty air on these old tires right now. He's actually having to use a little bit of the brakes to get the car to roll to the bottom. Almost gets turned off in turn 4 by an oncoming Eric Jones in the 43. No clue Jones is coming in with a full head of steam on the outside. Blaney almost got hooked. The way he was pointed, he probably should have been turned into the outside wall. That would have ended his day. A resilient day nonetheless. Slide up in front of De Benedetto. Jones on the bottom will get by on the fresher tires. Blaney to the outside of the 43. Now he's on the outside of the 19. Truex, I believe, was down low. I don't think Jones was able to get underneath him. And Blaney will actually hold the outside well and cleaner air that time and clear Truex with ease by a lot off of corner. I wonder if Truex made contact with Jones, stacking the pack up a little bit. Harvick closing in on Blaney for position. 4-car showing a little bit of long run speed. Well, this is NASCAR 21 ignition. That's why Blaney's in the 12 and Newman's in the 6. Newman was running for Roush the last couple years of his Cup Series career. Newman hasn't ran for Penske since 2008, I believe. I think 09 he went to SHR. Oh, 1 car on the inside retaining wall. He exited pit road. I can't see the icon with my laptop in the way, so that's why I keep looking up on the camera to see who it is. Somebody just missed pit road. We've been seeing that with a lot of drivers today. Definitely not the first time. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops. Blaney about 5 laps away from his stop. Unless we get a caution before that. Austin Dillon's in 3rd, still having a great run. He's top 10 in both stages. Actually led. I don't know if he led. I know he was in the top 3 earlier as well. Jones gets by Blaney on the outside. Remember, Jones has fresher tires still. In fact, he's just getting around the 12. Is a little concerning. It's like Logano and Bell are side by side for 4th place again up there as well. Couple laps away from Blaney being inside his window to make it upfield to the end of stage 3. Trying to just find a way to unlap himself. He's in the 9th place position, but he is still 1 lap down. Places Bowman in? I'm not sure as of right now. Jones just blew right around the outside of Logano and Bell once Logano finally cleared Bell in the middle of turns 3 and 4. I do not have TikTok. The Gucci Gangbang, welcome to the stream. These names, is that the same account that said Colt Custer looks like Barney the Dinosaur earlier? For clarification. And he's staying out of the pits this time by. But he will pit this time off of turn 4 as Kevin Harvick has ran him down for 9th place. Harvick has not made his final stop yet. Few cars right around Ryan Blaney. Blaney stays in front of Harvick off of turn 2 to the outside. He's going to have to make sure he gets to the bottom and stays down there into turn 3. Which he will. Harvick will get by on the top as Blaney is checking up now and he'll make his stop. 4 tires and fuel for Ryan Blaney. Drops it down to 45 miles an hour onto pit road. Another wedge adjustment. Looks like Martin Truex Jr. is the car on the outside of the pit lane, but no caution for him. And now we just got to hope we stay green to cycle all the way through this next set of pit stops. Half a round of wedge going to be taken out of the car again to try and make an adjustment. Need tires, you idiot. I'm taking tires. We're coming in. I always take tires in this game. I don't think I've ever tried to take just right sides only. I don't trust it. Oh, man. 20 likes on the stream. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is 35 likes tonight. past halfway there. We're just past halfway through tonight's race, and we'll see where Blaney will cycle to once everybody makes their... Oh, hit the wrong button. I was thinking it was NASCAR 05. I was trying to shift. Forgot his triangle in this game. At least I didn't break a transaxle.
Got one right. Clear, clear, clear.
So Blaney's got fresher tires than everybody in the field right now. And the hope again is by the end of stage 3 that he will be on the lead lap come the final stage. Does not want to have to go the final stage and try to make his lap up and try to win. But he really needs this to stay green, because otherwise he's going to get trapped 2 laps down again. If we get a caution before the leaders pit. Just wanted to shoehorn in a Cars reference. Well, I guess pit road would be the best time to do it. The third adjustment the 12 team has made today to try and loosen the car up. Just gets really tight on the long run. Especially in traffic, but that's just a common denominator with the 550 package as well. Just being back in dirty air. The exit of turn 4, massive run for Blaney. Went all the way down into the grass to get around Suarez as he was 3 wide. And a big hop back onto the asphalt. Was barely able to keep it off both Suarez and Newman. Yeah, Derek Cope isn't even in this game. Blame him anyway. I don't think he's really caused any accidents on NASCAR 05 yet this season. The custom schedule season. 1.5 miles were we at where he was like in the top 15 for like the first half of the race before he blew an engine? The Texas? Making passes down on the apron. Pulls clear on Chris Buescher. Pass on Buescher is 4th position. Briscoe will be for a spot up here in 15th as well. Another car on pit road as we speak. I think it was Kevin Harvick. So Harvick, who was right behind Blaney when he pit, is now on pit road. Blaney should have gapped him, staying out about 6 laps longer than Blaney. The outside, catching the clean air on Briscoe. And a big run as well by going up to the outside on the 14 car. Slow cars are pulling up on right now. The 62, the 53, the 66 of Timmy Hill. Planning to get on the brakes before moving to the outside in the middle of the corner at an awkward angle to get around Hill. That was just a terrible spot to catch those slow cars. The cool Styler, welcome to the stream. I forgot Derek Cope was in NASCAR Heat. Any of the NASCAR Heat series. NASCAR Heat 2. He's in the 50 on our NASCAR 05 chase for the Cup season. The Cup series. Blaney to the outside of Elliott. Big run. Good thing Elliott was aware that Blaney was closing in. That's a pass for position, but Elliott still has to pit as well. Again, Blaney up to 13th. The idea, he will cycle back onto the lead lap. The problem is will he be able to stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage? It's going to be the big, big question. Just got around Austin Dillon. Dillon's in 3rd. And Dillon was coming out of the pits still. I don't even know if Blaney's going to cycle on the lead lap. I mean, he may, but not by much. Just concerning. He's just going to have to stay out to the end of the stage, even if he's a lap down at the end of stage 3. Well, you could blame... Actually, it's Cody Ware's fault today that we're in this situation. He was the reason why we blew a tire when we were in the top 10 on the lead lap at stage 2 anyway. We're having to come back for 2 laps down. Got 1 lap back. In position to likely get stage points at the end of stage 2. Around 9th or 10th. Better than nothing. Blaney to the outside in turns 3 and 4. Benedetto pulling up a little bit. Not sure if any of these cars are going to pit down on the bottom off of turn 4. They do not. Blaney gets through. Drafting off to Benedetto on the front stretch. Now he'll dive to the inside of the 21. He's not made his stop yet. He's in 18th. A lot of the lap cars still have to pit. Eric Jones is in 2nd, up ahead, and I think he still has to make his stop in this stage because Blaney's closing on him. So Blaney is still 2 laps down because whoever the race leader is has not pit, and then Eric Jones in 2nd hasn't pit yet either. Actually, never mind. Jones pit even before Blaney. Jones pit and Kyle Larson pit. So those are probably the top 2 right now because they even short pitted compared to everybody else. So I think the first driver on fresh tires would be 3rd place Austin Dillon. So Blaney will get by Jones. And then Larson's about 3 seconds ahead of him still on even older tires than Jones, but he was the first of the lead lap cars to pit. So Blaney gets around Larson. He'll be back on the lead lap. I still blame Rick Ware. If it's Cody Ware's fault, it's Cody Ware's fault, let me tell you. Fell asleep on the couch during this. It's like watching an actual NASCAR race. Got the realistic commentary, people falling asleep during the long races like today's race. 600 miles. I think this is long. Just wait till we get to Old Spice Speedway in the Cup Series custom schedule season on NASCAR 05. That race's going to take over 5 hours. I can guarantee it. I just hope I can make it to the end. 333 lap road course race. 1.5 miles, 500 mile road course. Larson only about a second now ahead of Blaney. 1 lap car between both Larson and Blaney. The good old days. Yeah, there we go. And actually, Larson is the next car in front of Blaney. Thinking he was where Custer's at on the track. That's not the case. Larson to the bottom. Blaney to the outside. Blaney should get a better run off of turn 4. Austin Dillon only 3 seconds behind where the 12's at. And we still have 40 laps to go yet in stage 3. Larson's going to try to hold Blaney up as much as possible. Blaney going to desperately try to get back on the lead lap to the outside in turns 1 and 2. Eric Jones right now is racing Austin Dillon for 2nd place. Trying to hold him back as much as possible. Blaney has cleared Larson off of turn 2 on the outside. Back to the clean air to run the bottom into 3 and 4. So Ryan Blaney, last car on the lead lap in 9th as of right now. I see the change of the profile picture. Fitting in the name. Damn you, Reed Sorensen. Alright, here we go. Can Blaney hold on? Been really tight on the longer runs today as well. Still has about 38 laps. Austin Dillon is up to 2nd. He has finally gotten around Eric Jones. Still 3 seconds behind Larson. I think Sorensen was an alright driver. He never really made it in the Cup Series, but it showed when he ran that 30, what was it, the 32 car? Dollar General car in the Nationwide Series at the time in the early 2010s. He was winning races. Won a few races. So I think it goes to show he was a good racer. He just wasn't good enough. Honestly, if he would have pulled like a Justin Allgaier or an Elliott Sadler and just ran Xfinity Series full time, I think he could have been an Xfinity Series champion, honestly, or at least contended for Xfinity Series championships. So he's a good driver, but he wasn't a great driver by any means. Not in the Cup Series. I think he could have had a good career there. I think you could say the same for Danica Patrick as well. If she would have just ran Xfinity Series her whole career. I mean, she had a top 10 points finish just her first year in NASCAR in general. So I don't see why she couldn't have. It might be a little too far gone now, but you know, at the time, she just didn't want to do that, though. Well, I guess Reed Sorensen didn't want to do that either. I don't think you can blame them at the same time, though. It's got to be a tough decision to make. Patrick Ellison, welcome to the stream. You know, Austin Dillon's 0.8 of a second behind Ryan Blaney. This is tough, though, for Blaney. And even Kevin Harvick is trying to unlap himself battling Austin Dillon right now as he looks a little bit faster than the 12 car. Side by side. And Blaney's not going to be able to hold on for 34 more laps. So he'll go a lap down, and he'll end up finishing a lap down before the end of the stage, unless he gets a caution like right here, right now, before he loses this lap. For that reason, he'll battle Austin Dillon as much as he can, but not likely going to matter much. Harvick to the outside. Dillon as well follows Harvick, and Blaney's right back to being a lap down. It looks like Dillon will pull out a line to the inside of Harvick into turn 3, but Harvick will close the door. So that is a tough break for Ryan Blaney. It was short-lived to get back on the lead lap. Just wasn't going to be able to sustain that speed for a long period of time. I'd probably say Reed Sorensen better than Mike Bliss. Hello, Kramer. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you had a good night bowling. Yeah, Jimmy Spencer is better than Reed Sorensen. 41 car for sure. I don't really remember Reed ever competing for wins in the 41 car like Spencer did. Trey's back into the chat. Let's get a 300. I think he probably would have started off with, I got a 300, I just got done bowling. Just like if I ever hit a hole-in-one in golf and I get back to my house and somebody happens to be there, or the first person I come in contact with and they knew I golf, before they even get a chance to say, like, oh, how was your, round or whatever, how was golf? Before they even get a chance to ask me, I'm going to be like, I hit a hole-in-one! Wouldn't even have to wait. A lot of lap traffic. Austin Dillon working around right now. Struggling with it. We've seen some heavy lap traffic at times today. I mean, I guess that's really the next thing that could happen for Blaney to actually finish on the lead lap, as we have 29 laps to go at stage 3. Harvick and Dillon actually battling with each other right now. Then he's going to get around Cody Ware, the driver who put in the wall and put him in this situation and knocked him 2 laps down earlier. Inside of the next Rick Ware car, the 15 of James Davison, putting him on the front stretch. Dillon and Harvick side by side with each other. It's going to slow each other up, but not with Blaney on older tires to be able to catch him at least. Blaney lifts off turn 2. He gets into the wall still. Lucky to not blow a tire there. Jimmy Spencer wanting to knock out. They had an ugly, that was an ugly rivalry in NASCAR. Like, there's some fun rivalries, but when it gets ugly, when you're turning drivers on 200 mile an hour plus speed racetracks intentionally like they were, like, that's ugly. Especially in Gen 4, in a Gen 4 car where the era of racing just wasn't as safe as what it is now. Like, it was an ugly rivalry. That was probably the ugliest rivalry in NASCAR history. I think it's up there with it. I mean, they literally could have killed each other. Like when Kurt got wrecked at Indy that time, when Jimmy Spencer turned him, I'm surprised Kurt didn't get hurt. That was a hard hit. And then when Kurt was going down the track trying to get in his face when they were making their pace laps, he's going down the car, he's going like 70 plus miles an hour, and he's like inches away from him. Just trying to voice out his frustration. Jimmy Spencer's passing by and the rest of the field's passing by under caution. Just insane. I think they tangled at Michigan too, if I'm not mistaken. And Kevin Harvick just came into pit. I wonder if he blew a tire. Unscheduled pit stop for Kevin Harvick's dropped him back to 15th. That'll move Blaney back up to 9th. Austin Dillon's really pulling away now that there's no traffic around the 3 car. And Joey Logano in 2nd is closing in on Ryan Blaney here shortly with a Chase Elliott in the 9 car also coming with him. 24 laps to go at stage 3 tonight. Harvick on probably fresher tires than anybody else in the field right now is closing in pretty fast. So Harvick would be 2 laps down. I do think he can get one of his laps back before the end of the stage. Austin Dillon's only about 5 seconds ahead, and Harvick is closing in fast. Blaney will leave the bottom open in turns 3 and 4 for Harvick, Logano, and Elliott to get on by. And there's no car within the vicinity right now of Blaney. Christopher Bell's in 3rd, but he's about 3.5 seconds behind yet. He's got a few more lap cars to pass even before he tries to run down Blaney. Yeah, I highly recommend for anybody that never watched the Jimmy Spencer episode of the Dale Jr. Download to go back and watch it. It was pretty interesting. I mean, most of them are pretty interesting. So I had Ricky Craven on this week. I haven't watched it yet, but I definitely will when I get time. Alex Bowman battling Christopher Bell for 3rd as well. Bell hung up right now behind the Rick Ware cars of Cody Ware and James Davison. 19 laps to go now in the stage. 20 to go, excuse me, in stage number 3. And at least Blaney is in position to get stage points this stage. Hey, Kenseth's a cool cat. When I found out he was a Metallica fan, I'm like, okay, he's one of my favorite drivers. Like, he wasn't my favorite driver. But I was like, oh, yeah. This guy. I think it was when he was at Chip Ganassi Racing. There was a rain delay. I think it was Texas towards the end of the year. When they had a couple day-long rain delay, essentially. And they interviewed him at one point. They asked him what his favorite Metallica song is, because he was wearing a Metallica mask, I think it was. And he was like, anything from Injustice for All, that's my favorite album. I'm like, me too! I'm like, what a small world, because that would have been pretty much my exact answer, would have been the same thing. Pretty much anything from Injustice for All. My favorite album of all time. So many songs on that album I could consider my favorite. One probably would be my favorite, but I mean, some days it changes. I was like, what a small world. And he's a Packers fan because he's from Wisconsin, which I happen to be a Packers fan too. So, why Matt Kenseth was never my favorite driver growing up, I don't know why. now I'm thinking about it, rethinking about it, it probably would have made more sense. But still raced with Roush for a long time too, just like Biffle. Not his whole career like Biffle, most of it. Never got fixed and never will get fixed. Yep. This is that game. NASCAR 21 Bugnition. Looks like Kyle Busch has raced his way up to 5th place. Just saw it pop up on the leaderboard very briefly. Likely in that battle, Christopher Bell and Alex Bowman, I'd have to imagine, for 3rd. The Rick Ware cars are still holding him back, and Blaney's got about 10 seconds all of a sudden. On Bell and Busch, it looks like. Well, maybe not 10 seconds. The leaderboard's so far off, I can't tell if it's 10 seconds or 3 seconds. I can't just roast a driver just because. They have to give me a reason to do it. You're behind the screen, they won't slap you. We are closing in on 3 hours on this race already today. We are approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes into this race. We haven't even started the final stage yet. Definitely one of the longer ones in channel history. Never actually finished a Coca-Cola 600 on NASCAR 21 Ignition, so this probably will end up being the longest race we've ever done, assuming we get to the checkered flag at the end. Got close one time on the, I think it was the career mode. Either the career mode or the custom schedule season, but I know we were only about 20 laps away before we DNF'd the one time. Battling for the lead late when it happened as well. Twelve laps to go, stage 3. He's Blaney's going to get a couple stage points tonight. It's a good thing this race is an extra stage, though, because if you think about it, this could be the end in 12 laps. And yeah, you'd get a good finish, top 10, but he wouldn't get any stage points, and he wouldn't have any shot at the win. Well, now he still has a shot at least. He's going to start the final stage 1 lap down. We'll see if he can come back from it. He got 1 lap back in stage 2 when he was 2 laps down. Didn't get any of laps back here at stage 3, still sitting 1 lap down. Briefly he was back on the lead lap, but on fresher tires, Austin Dillon had ran him down about 15 laps or so ago, and when he really didn't have any real shot at being able to stay in front of Dillon. Tim Irvin, welcome to the stream. I've already gone out in the past and done it. I talk bad about this game literally every time we play it. I have tonight at times. I don't get super heated over it, but we'll see. This race isn't over yet, though. As long as we've sat in this race, I mean, we've literally been a lap down for all but probably 20 laps in this race. Well, no, that's a lie, because we were on the lead lap before we short pitted in stage 1 at about lap 45. Well, we've probably been a lap down for all but maybe 60 or 70 laps of this race. At least 1 down. 5 races into the career mode of this game and it keeps freezing out. Jeez. That's terrible. Yeah, it reset mine. That's why we didn't even finish the career mode. Didn't even finish the first season because it just reset it randomly. I hopped into the game one day and it knocked me all the way back to like the 6th race of the season. I was like, well, how did that happen? We had 2 races left. We were about to go into Martinsville for the final race of the round of 8. Never got to see if we were going to actually make it to the championship 4 or not. It was like 20 points below the cutoff line. It probably wasn't going to, but you never know. Probably wouldn't have survived all 500 laps at Martinsville either. But again, you never know. It's like 7 laps to go in the stage this time by. Whoever's in 10th place right now, I don't believe will be able to run down Ryan Blaney. There's nobody within 4 seconds of him. Josh Balicki in 33rd is the next car behind him. And I haven't seen the 10th car in the running order really close in at all. And I wonder if Austin Dillon has lapped any more cars as well. And actually, Blaney's up to 8th now. Somebody just pit. And I think Kyle Larson and Eric Jones... Well, Larson at least had to pit before the end of the stage. I don't know about Eric Jones. He was borderline. He pitted right at about the edge of the pit window. So Jones may pit before the end of the stage. I forgot Larson had to pit. So that is why Blaney's up to 8th. So that's 1 less car in the lead lap. It'll be interesting if Larson on fresher tires can actually catch Blaney, though, because I don't believe he is that far behind him, and he's probably got about 40 lap fresher tires on the 12. So he'll be running him down for sure. Definitely not going to be able to get back on the lead lap, though, considering he's behind the 12. And the 12 is probably every bit of at least 10 seconds behind race leader Austin Dillon. Assuming Joey Logano has not ran down Austin Dillon as well. 3rd place car has not ran down Blaney yet, but the top 2 did. Pre-race ceremony, then it freezes the camera. What looks like under a bus or something. Oh, jeez. Feel your pain. This game ruins elections. Well, we got a couple more cars on pit road. I think one of them might have been Eric Jones. 4 laps to go in stage 2, and if it is Eric Jones, then that's going to move Blaney up to 7th. So it looked like he was going to get 9th. And I kind of forgot about those 2, at least one of them having to pit. And I wonder if Austin Dillon is in this heavy lap traffic up here. Look at how many cars are running 2x2. I'd imagine Dillon probably got through this already, but if there is some way Austin Dillon is in it, can Ryan Blaney unlap himself before the end of the stage? It's going to be tough. We only have 3 laps to go at the line, and he's still at least a few seconds behind him. And there's Jones coming out of the pits. I believe that's... No, actually, it's Chase Briscoe in the 14 car just coming out of the pits. Huge merge, single file all of a sudden up there. Briscoe moves up. Blaney closing in. Blaney's out of the gas so long. We got more cars pitting all of a sudden. There are a lot of cars that have been pitting the last few laps. Blaney is up to 7. Jones is pit. We have 2 laps to go in the stage. Pit road is now closed, though, by the way. So anybody who is making any pit stops is going to get penalized, on top of the fact that they're going to lose at least 1 lap compared to where they were at in the running order, whether they were a lap down or not. Probably lose another with the penalty. Nearly a wreck on the front stretch as they're all scrambling around for position. We're on the final lap of stage number 3 in the Coca-Cola 600. There's Eric Jones, 15th. Cycle out of the pits behind Blaney. Blaney will get to the start-finish line this time by, and the stage will end. And he's going to have to make up that final lap in the final stage one way or another. I don't know why it didn't let me get to the start-finish line, but oh well, we finished 7th anyway. It didn't cost us any positions. It looks like Ricky Stenhouse Jr. actually finished in the top 10. We'll take a quick rundown of the entire top 10. Austin Dillon wins stage 3, so 3 different stage winners in the 3 stages tonight. Stage 1 was won by Kyle Larson. Stage 2 was won by Christopher Bell. Austin Dillon wins stage 3. Joey Logano finishes in 2nd. Christopher Bell 3rd. Bubba Wallace still in the top 5, up to 4th. Kyle Busch rounds out the top 5. Alex Bowman 6th. Ryan Blaney scores his first stage points of the night, finishing 7th. Stenhouse 8th. Newman 9th. Kurt Busch rounds out the top 10 in stage number 3. So final stage will be beginning here very shortly in the Coca-Cola 600. And Ryan Blaney will be pitting during the stage break. He is 1 lap down to start the final stage. He will pit. We'll see if anybody else will pit. He's going to repair a little bit of damage. Got into Anthony Alfredo in the middle of the stage and just wants to make sure he's going to repair any damage that could have been on the nose. Didn't look like there was any. Better safe than sorry. Actually having fun with the 5 races until it did that. Yeah, the full races are definitely painful. Oh, green flag back in the air. Final stage underway. 100 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. Right into the back of Bubba Wallace on the start. Again, Ryan Blaney 1 lap down right now. And a lot of these cars did not pit during the stage break. Some slow lap cars further up the way right now, challenging Biffle down, Blaney rather, down the grass on the front stretch. Just dive bombing into turn 1. And he has fresher tires. Back up to 7th as well. Still lap down. Not sure where the leader's at. Probably assuming it's still Austin Dillon. Never had a trivia question. Yeah, sorry for that. We'll have a trivia question now. We got a decent amount of people watching. First of all, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is 35 likes tonight, up to 21 as of right now. See if we can get to 35 in this final stage. But tonight's trivia question is Coke 600 based, of course, with this being the Coca-Cola 600. And our trivia question is, who is the last driver to win both the Coca-Cola 600 and the fall Charlotte Motor Speedway race in the same season? So again, who is the driver to essentially get the sweep at Charlotte Motor Speedway, winning both the Coke 600 and the fall race in the same season? Nobody has done that since the Roval was the fall race, so it would have been both races on the oval. Name who that last driver was. And I'll give you guys the answer to that trivia question at lap 3:15. You guys can't figure it out before that. Oh, Logano's in the lead, by the way, so I guess Blaney is back on the lead lap. I didn't realize Joey Logano was in the lead. Bubba Wallace is second. I'm not sure who the leader was, but... Oh, Blaney getting tight. 43 moved up right in front of him. Caused Blaney to get a lot of dirty air on the front of the race car, on the nose. He got up into the wall. Out towards the bottom. Just getting through Jones. Gonna bump draft Harvick on the front stretch. It was not either of the Busch brothers, and it was not Jeff Gordon. I see it down in the chat. I will let you guys know who I see may have gotten it right first. Harvick was your other guess. Harvick is also not the answer. One stop in the final stage for Blaney. Everybody who did not pit, which I don't think anybody pitted at the stage break, but Blaney slicing and dicing. Little slide job onto Benedetto into 3 at 4. Pulls clear. Chase Briscoe underneath him still, and Blaney holds on in front of them. Clean air back in front of the 12 for a long time yet. So Kyle Larson, Eric Jones, both the lap down, and I think Jones is actually 2 laps down. So Kyle Larson is, I believe, the only car that restarted a lap down along with Blaney, who had somewhat fresher tires, at least fresher than the leaders, and may have a shot to get back into this. Ryan Newman, Brad Keselowski, Jimmy Johnson, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., all of those are incorrect. Johnson was a good one, though. He has done it, but he wasn't the most recent driver to do it. Johnson actually won 4 races in a row at Charlotte, including a stretch where he actually won 3 Coca-Cola 600s in a row. That was his track to beat the mid-2000s, especially on the older surface before the repave. He was really good there. Logano only about a second and a half behind Blaney. It makes me wonder if they actually did pit during the stage break along with Blaney, because it seems like they are pretty good on speed right now. Not Carl Edwards. Not Martin Truex Jr. Let's have about 5 more laps to try and figure out the answer to tonight's trivia question. If you're just tuning in, again, tonight's trivia question is, who is the most recent driver in the NASCAR Cup Series to win the Coca-Cola 600 and the Fall Charlotte race in the same season? Haven't seen anybody put the correct answer down in the chat yet, so the answers you do see in the chat right now, try not to put those same ones, because you will not get it correct. Cliff Gadry, welcome to the stream. Your name down in the chat, I see. Joey Logano is not the answer as well. Well, he is about to win this Coke 600. I don't believe Joey Logano has won the Coke 600. Ever. Joshua Rumsey got it. Casey Kane in 2006 was the last driver to win both the Coke 600 and the Fall Charlotte Motor Speedway race in the same season. So Casey Kane is the answer to that question. Most recent driver to win 2 races at Charlotte in the season would be in 2019 when Chase Elliott won an oval race there, middle of the week during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, and then he also won the Roval race in 2020, not 2019. 2020, Chase Elliott won the midweek oval race after the Coke 600. I think it was the Alsco 350 or the Alsco 300, whatever it was. But he won that race. And then he also won the Charlotte Roval in 2020 as well. So he's the most recent to win it, but he didn't win the Coke 600 in the Fall Charlotte race. But Casey Kane is the most recent driver to do so. Again, that year was 2006. Jimmy Johnson was able to do it 2 years before that in 2004. And again, at one point he won 3 straight Coca-Cola 600s as well from 2003 all the way to 2005. Thanks for playing. That was tonight's trivia question. Up to 25 likes now on the stream. Joey Logano's closing in on Ryan Blaney. Taking back when Kane won the All-Star race in the Coca-Cola 600. Yeah, I know 6. He also won the fall race that year, too. Won all 3 of them. He might be the only driver to... I think Jimmy Johnson probably did that as well. That he might have done that in 04. I don't know who won the All-Star race in 04 exactly off the top of my head. Maybe if it was Jimmy, he would have done that too. Senior? You saying Dale Senior was the first to do... Oh, no, you said that before, Joshua. No, the answer was Casey Kane. Most recent driver to do so. 27 likes on the stream. There we go. Well, we know Blaney's going to have to battle Joey Logano really hard. Blaney's got to find some way to get back into this race. We've had 1 caution for incident. It was all the way back at stage 2. And he's trying to hold on to the lead lap in front of his teammate Logano right now. He's back on the lead lap again after having a good restart. Everybody pretty much pitted during the stage break, which is unfortunate because it is a 1-stopper to the end for literally the entire field right now. If Blaney gets a caution where we run right now while he is on the lead lap, that would be huge for him. Gordon also won all 3. Was that the year he had the dinosaur car? Or the T-Rex car, that's what it was, for the All-Star race. Logano had a massive run on the front stretch. Kyle Busch up to second now. Christopher Bell in third. About 5 seconds behind Logano. Big block. Blaney saw the 22 going down to the bottom, and Logano ran right into the back bumper of Blaney in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Blaney made a clean block. Logano just about ran right through him. 79 laps to go in the Coke 600. The only other strategy that maybe Blaney could try is a 2-stop strategy in the final stage versus 3. Or you just try to hang on for dear life in front of the 22 car right now and hope for a caution. And he could probably do that for the short term, but if Logano gets around Ryan Blaney, I think Blaney should short pit and try to make it on 2 stops. Unless he holds Logano off long enough to get to the opening of the pit window, which he would have to block it for another 23 laps before the window opens for Blaney to the end of the race. So that probably won't work. Especially knowing that Busch and Bell are going to close in on Logano eventually if he sits behind Blaney long enough. You can see those 3 cars battling back there. Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell. I'm not sure who else is in that battle with them. I do remember the Looney Tunes paint scheme as well. I think Terry Labonte also had the same car in that game. We ran it when we ran as Terry Labonte on our fan-voted season for the driver you guys chose for me to run as on our NASCAR Thunder 2004 season. I actually have 3 Terry Labonte die-cast simply, a lot of it basically based off of running that season. I just bought the Cheez-It car when I was in Atlanta a couple weeks ago. And then I bought the Got Milk and the Tony the Tiger paint scheme from that year. Well, I think the Tony the Tiger scheme is from 2002, but the Cheez-It and the Got Milk paint scheme are from the other season. Logano tried to drive right through Blaney again. That's the second time Blaney actually pulled clear on Logano. And you can tell Logano just stays right in the gas and drives right into the back of the 12, and that one nearly turned him. Wasn't as square as the last time. Contact slowing these two down even more as Busch and Bell are closing in also. Logano tried the outside that time through 3 and 4, but not a big enough of a run on the front stretch to make the pass on Blaney. Just don't trust pitting under caution in the game yet. Like somebody just came off of pit road just up ahead. And we don't know if we're going to get another yellow the rest of this race as well. Logano's going to have to defend behind him, just like Ryan Blaney's defending on Logano's. Logano's 5.5 second lead is now gone away. Kyle Busch has a massive run into turns 1 and 2. Looks to the inside of Joey Logano off the exit of the corner, side by side to the race lead. Christopher Bell in the mix as well. I think it's Bubba Wallace in 4, so 3 of the Toyotas all battling for position. Blaney trying to hold back both Busch and Logano as much as he can as they side draft each other off of turn 4. And yes, it is Bubba Wallace also paddling for the win. Or the lead, I guess, at the moment right now. Again, everybody still has to pit one more time yet. Busch into the back bumper of Blaney. Blaney stayed in the gas. Held on to it. Another big block on the 18 on the bottom. Has to hold the bottom lane into turns 3 and 4. And there goes Joey Logano to the outside. Off of turn 4. Logano clear, and he holds on to the lead. Christopher Bell up to second, trying to win his 3rd race of the season. It'll be the 3rd in the last 6 races for Bell. Contact between Busch and Blaney. That's going to stall the 18 car back a little bit, as well as Walls behind him. Coming up on a slower lap car up ahead, and Bell is still all over the back of Logano. Into turns 1 and 2. Busch on the outside, but so is Blaney. Blaney in the wall off turn 2. Busch squeezes by. I don't believe Blaney blew a tire, but I think he's coming in this time with 70 laps to go. Blaney will pit. Blaney is on pit road. It'll be a 4-tire stop as he will short pit now that he is a lap down again in this race. I remember being able to drive the pace car. I also remember, what game was it where you could drive the UPS truck? Was it NASCAR 06? You could unlock the UPS truck and the chase plates. I think it was NASCAR 06. I remember doing that. I remember ramming into cars at Martinsville with the UPS truck when I was a kid. That was a blast. And here comes Blaney off of pit road. Got a train of cars coming. He's going to try to pull up in front of him so that way he doesn't have to pass those cars in that giant pack. No adjustments when Blaney was on pit road that time. Never done that on 06. Maybe it was 07. There was a game I can remember driving the UPS car. I know it's not 05 because I've been doing that on the playthrough. I would have found that out by now. I think he can stay. I can't stay out the rest of the race. My window's 55 laps. The rest of the field is 65. But I didn't want to wait that long. Best bet now. Cycle back on the lead lap with everybody else pits. Probably in another 30 laps or so. And then maybe we get a caution after that. Or potentially make it a two-stop strategy to the end, which is part of the thinking process for Blaney pitting there. Maybe make this final stage 2 stops instead of just one. Run about another little bit past. So there's a couple different ways he can go to the end. He's definitely going to have to pit before the end of the race again. Really just trying to find a way to get back into this. Should be able to get one. He's 2 laps down right now, so he really needs it to stay green at least until everybody else cycles through. But then when he gets back on the lead lap, if we get a caution, that is bonus for Ryan Blaney. Let's get back into it from there. So then he can pit under the caution, and he'd have fresher tires to the end of the race than the rest of the field. Already blowing by cars through turns 3 and 4. You see Ryan Newman in 7th having a good run for Roush. Blaney's looking at back-to-back top 10s at least today. That's a good sign. They're 7th at the end of stage 2. And he just passed Reddick for 10th place off of turn 2 that time. So Reddick also 2 laps down. He's come back. He was as far back as 27th at one point, all the way back at stage 1. He'll come back of his own. Blaney got 1 lap back, and that just goes to show how hard it is to come back from 2 laps down. In fact, he was able to get 1 lap back, but that was it. The sad part is he was the first car 1 lap down at the end of stage 3. That should have given him the free pass, but I know for a fact the game doesn't give it to us, so I was already aware of that situation even before the final stage started, that we weren't going to get the free pass, being the first car lap down at the end of stage 3. Which stinks because we should have. Otherwise, that would have been a battle for the lead between Blaney, Logano, Busch, Bell, Wallace. Instead, Blaney's a lap down. Yeah, NASCAR 07 Diary of Jane, that opening up is always a blast. The NASCAR 05 song, I mean, 04 and 05, really, the soundtracks from top to bottom would be really good, I thought. I don't know what that was on the back straightaway. It looked like Josh Malicki was trying to block Blaney randomly. And he was barely able to stay in front of him. So you can see the leaders up there. Logano, Wallace, Bell, and Kyle Busch. Only about 3.5 seconds roughly ahead of Blaney. Blaney will get one of his 2 laps back very shortly. NASCAR 6 had the UPS truck. Thank you for answering that down in the chat. Almost 3 wide into turns 1 and 2 with the traffic up ahead. And he's still got relatively fresher tires. And this traffic holding up the leaders as well is also going to help Blaney no matter what the strategy he takes to the end. Massive run on the inside. Oh, he's nearly 3 wide. He almost pile drives into Logano. He had to get on the brakes as he went up the track. That was a flat corner, and he definitely didn't hold it. Logano nearly knocks Larson into the wall in the front stretch as he's losing time with Christopher Bell taking the lead. Into turns 1 and 2, down to the bottom, 3 wide. Blaney trying to hook it this time. He'll clear Logano off of turn 2. Has a massive run on Christopher Bell. Will pull out of line to get one of his 2 laps back. Blaney's driven back to 9th place. So again, Blaney back to 2 laps down. 1 car pitting off of turn 4 up ahead. One of the lap cars, I believe it was Austin Cindric. Less than 60 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. And about a lap and a half, Blaney's pulled about 2 seconds on Christopher Bell already. 3 wide under the Rick Ware cars of Joey Gase and Cody Ware. Again, Cody Ware squeezed Blaney into the wall off turn 2 back early in stage 2 after the only caution for incident we had today. It was the first lap after the restart. Blaney was on the outside of him. They weren't even 3 wide. They were side by side, and he got pinched into the wall, blew a tire. Held back ever since. Alex Bowman in 6th is up ahead here. He's almost in danger of going a lap down for the end of the race as well. It's the last car in the lead lap. So the only thing now is if we did get a caution before everybody else cycles through, Blaney would get trapped a lap down pretty much the rest of this race. He would be able to pit under the caution and make it to the end. He would still be a lap down, which is where he was when he started the stage, so he could potentially drive as far up as 7th place again, unless Bowman loses a lap before that. Then maybe he could drive up to 6th. That would be about it. Obviously, that's kind of what the circumstance was coming into the stage anyway, so if that ends up happening, then it would be the worst thing in the world for Ryan Blaney. And he has driven back up to 9th place, even with pitting here, so if he has to make one more stop to the end as well, knowing that the rest of the field still has to pit one more time, he should at least get a top 10 today. If it costs him a couple spots, there's a strategy worth, at least trying, because he wasn't going to win the race only pitting once in that final stage, considering he was already lapped down before the first stop. We go to the outside in turns 3 and 4. Go to dirty air with the 34 of McDowell up there. There was another car that was also towards the outside. I think it was Justin Haley in the 77, who almost squeezes Blaney into the wall. Big block by Haley up high. Blaney barely kept it off the wall. He gets by the slower lap cars off of turn 2. Austin Dillon back to 5th after winning stage 3. Blaney lifted off turn 4. He missed his mark in turns 3 and 4 that time. Couldn't push it as hard as he usually would on these fresher tires. Although he's already got about 17 to 18 laps on these tires. He pitted at lap 331. Right with 70 laps to go. Oh, I downshifted by accident. Gosh darn it. I was going to alternate through the different camera angles and I hit the wrong button. Think it was NASCAR 05. I'm lucky I didn't blow an engine doing that. That would have been terrible. Well, there we go. We'll alternate through the different camera angles for the final time today for about the next dozen laps. Blaney on the outside in turns 1 and 2, getting a massive run on Austin Dillon in the 3. Going to clear him well before getting into turn 3 now. Back down towards the bottom again. right into Chase Briscoe in the 14. I think that bogged Blaney down enough. It's going to be hard to clear him into turn 3. And he is clear. He'll slide up. Kind of unintentionally. It was mainly because of being in the dirty air behind Quinn Houff is why he even slid up in the first place. Almost getting squeezed into the wall by Houff. Big cut down to the bottom as soon as he cleared the double zero. Charges right around the 21 of DiBenedetto. Nearly 3 wide up ahead. A lot of stacking going on. And you run to the outside to try and catch some clean air now in turns 3 and 4. That'll give him a run on Anthony Alfredo. And he stays high. Clearing Alfredo with ease. Have to finish 100%. I don't know if I'll be able to get my career mode done before I get to NASCAR 06. I'll still probably play it on the side, though. I don't plan on doing a career for 06. Basically, copy and paste through 06 and 07 on the career mode from 05. For any offline play I do, at least. Or off-channel play. .45 laps to go. Leaders still have not pit. Ryan Newman in 8th place would actually be for position. He's a lap down and he's stuck in this traffic. Side by side with Cole Custer, Eric Jones nearly making contact off of turn 2. Massive run for Blaney. He got into the back of Custer. And there's some damage on the front of the 12 now. He was coming in pretty hot. He pulled out of line a little late. May have just put a hole in the nose of the radiator of this 12 car. And how much is this damage going to slow him up? Trying to go to the outside to catch a little bit of clean air. Off turn 2, dives to the bottom underneath Ryan Newman. He'll keep the run underneath the 47 car of Stenhouse, who also goes underneath Chase Elliott, the 3 wide into turn 3. Blaney under Elliott. Into turn 1. Contact with the 9. And Newman just rockets by down to the inside. Blaney is finally clear. Stenhouse and Newman both for position up ahead. But Blaney's car all of a sudden has gotten much slower, even with a little bit fresher tires on the cars in front of him. With the damage alone, it gets into Newman. That's not going to help the damage. Down on the bottom. Might have overdrove the corner a bit. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up high. Trying to get a run off of turn 4. Oh, Stenhouse just doors the 12. Big dive into turn 1, and Blaney is back to 7th. I think the overall speed of the car has been diminished too much with the damage to the front bumper, but the handling has, which will affect the speed, especially on a longer run. Lap car James Davison coming out of the pit lane. to take about a round and a half out of wedge if Blaney ends up pitting again. That will be the call. Blaney up to 6th. Somebody in the top 7 or in the top 6 has pit. Seen some cars wreck already today just trying to get onto pit road. We had a caution one of the times. And one car is on the out. Oh, Kyle Busch is wrecked. I think that was Kyle Busch who was on the outside of the pit lane who nosed into the wall. We'll stay along with this. And Kyle Busch was battling for the lead late, so that'll be another spot for Blaney. That's unbelievable. No caution came out for it as we stay green with less than 40 laps to go now. Blaney up to 4th. Hopefully I wasn't wrong. It was kind of tough to tell with how fast Blaney was driving by, obviously, off the exit turn 4, but it looked like the 18 of Kyle Busch. There's a car parked against the inside wall, and that is going to cost him a shot at obviously winning today's race. Harvick closing in. He'll get to the outside in turns 1 and 2. Blaney, of course, down low, holding his line on the inside. James Davison on fresher tires, trying to get by as well on the 12. Davison going down to try and side draft Blaney into turns 3 and 4. Blaney still on the inside lane. Davison will be clear up high. So Blaney is up to 4th as we run right now, which would mean he is on the lead lap, as long as the rest of the cars that were on the lead lap in front of him have already pit. So unaware exactly if the top 3 have pit or not. If they have, then yes, Ryan Blaney would be on the lead lap at least for now. And just hoping for a late caution. Let's go darts down to the bottom. So the idea now is just stay on the track until Blaney loses another lap and goes a lap down again. And once he goes a lap down again, he'll make his final pit stop of the day. Just praying that we get our 5th caution. And only our 2nd for incident sometime soon to give Blaney a shot, because then he would be on fresh tires as well, because he would be able to pit. It'd be lucky but brilliant at the same time to have this play out the way it could. So again, Blaney just relying on wherever the leaders are going to be for when he decides to pit. Looks like Austin Dillon's closing in. He might be in 5th. I believe Austin Dillon's in 5th place. There goes Eric Jones on the outside. And he's just trying to hold the bottom as much as he can. Cars are fast enough to hopefully get by up on that outside lane. Dillon on the outside behind 62. Running gone. Blaney's going to have to stay high into turns 3 and 4. Let DiBenedetto go. There goes Austin Dillon in 4th. So that did drop Blaney back 1 spot. So that does show that Blaney is on the lead lap. If Austin Dillon in 5th place, or wasn't 5th, now it's just got around him. So that does also confirm that that was Kyle Busch down on the inside, considering that Blaney was in 4th and it was a 4-car breakaway at the front of the field before Busch had gotten into the wall at the start of those green flag pit stops. Wonder if Alex Bowman's still on the lead lap or not. And Blaney would not be able to make it on fuel to the end of the race regardless of what happens here. Probably about 15 laps short. Pitted at lap 331, so he's anywhere between 14 to 15 laps short on fuel to the end of the race. So he would have to pit by lap probably lap 385, 386 at the latest, if he is still on the lead lap up to that point. That's as long as he could stay out, hoping for a caution. But if he's a lap down anyway, knowing that the free pass doesn't work in this game, then he's gonna pit before we get to that point. $29 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Charlotte Motor Speedway. 28 likes on the stream. Make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already for more daily NASCAR content. Realistic commentary for real races as well as these video game races on the middle portion of the week. And there's race leader Christopher Bell closing in. Joey Logano is about 4 seconds behind him in second, so Bell looking as if he is going to put Blaney a lap down, likely this lap. Dealing with, looks like Daniel Suarez in the 99 car just a little bit. And I wonder if Blaney can hold Bell up at least enough for Joey Logano to close in and have a Penske car win this race at some point. Suarez gets by on the outside. And Bell off of turn 4 gets to the outside of Blaney, runs into the side of him. That was all Bell's fault. And he really tight, though, into turns 1 and 2. Up the track he goes. He lost a lot of ground in that corner as Logano sits about 3 seconds off the race lead. So he gained 1 second there. He's battling Bowman right now, which doesn't help. Bowman is a lap down in 6th, so Ryan Blaney will pit this time. His final pit stop of the race today. He was about 14 to 15 laps short on fuel. And there we go. So 4 tires are going to make a wedge adjustment. Going to drop about a round and a half of wedge out of the car. It's the 4th wedge adjustment they've made today to try and loosen the car in the long run. I think it would have been fine with the setup they had in it, but they obviously have damage to the front of the car now as well. It really upset the handling those last few laps before Blaney pit. So Blaney, he tried. He short pitted. He got back on the lead lap, but as soon as he went a lap down knowing he was going to be short, he might as well have pitted, and he did. Now we'll see how much time he can make back up on fresh tires. Again, Bowman is the first car 1 lap down, so he could potentially drive up to 6th. Right now he's just back to 10th place, now just outside the top 10. He's going to have about 24 or so laps to go to try and run these guys down. He is 2 laps down right now as we run with pitting after just losing a lap. So Blaney's 2 down, but he should be able to make 1 lap back up before the finish. And now he just needs it to play green to the end, because if we get a caution, then he's going to get trapped 2 down. He probably won't have a shot to drive quite as far up through the field. And he should be able to get back inside the top 10. He should be able to get to at least 8th. It's going to be tough to get up to Bowman in 6th. Or even whoever the 7th place car is right now. It's going to be tough to get to him. Blaney lifts off turn 2 and then decides to go to the outside of Alfredo. Wasn't sure what lane he wanted there, and every little bit of that is going to cost him time. Especially knowing he can go full throttle on the fresh tires around this track. And we got some stage points today. If we get a top 10, that's a good points day. That'll be the first top 10 on a mile and a half this season, so I'll take it. It's been the Achilles heel for the 12 team. Still not going to get a win on a 100% race on a mile and a half in this game, but at least have something good to ride home on. Looks like Ryan Newman is up to 6, so he has gotten around Alex Bowman. Well, I guess actually Newman would be 1 lap down still, because with Kyle Busch out of the race, Bowman would be in 5th. So I guess with Kyle Busch having the DNF, maybe a top 5 is actually possible for Ryan Blaney. He only really has about 15 lap fresher tires though. So I don't know if he's going to actually be able to get all the way to Bowman. He was ahead of him when he pit, but only by about 2 or 3 seconds. What do you wear? 22nd. Definitely don't want to blow a tire late pushing too hard. And he missed his marks a little bit, turns 3 and 4. 19 laps to go in the Coke 600 at Charlotte, as this race has gone on for just over 3.5 hours. The race itself started at 5:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. The stream started at 5:15. We ran qualifying beforehand, had the pre-race stuff. 5:25 was our initial start time. Eastern Standard Time, of course. Now it is 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time as we run right now. So just like in real life, day to night transition, day to night in this race as well. Started similar time to what they would actually start the real race too. Usually start right around 6. We might have started at almost a half hour sooner. A lot of traffic up there. I think I see Joey Logano in that mess. Him and Bell were battling for the lead. 3 wide pass on the backstretch. A lot of traffic coming up. Oh, one car nearly spins off of turn 4 trying to get into the pits. It was Chris Buescher. And Blaney's up to 9th. And Logano leads after the stack up. Oh, and Blaney gets squeezed by his teammate Logano, who's trying to get to the outside of Bilicki. That's not going to work, though. Logano's actually at 2nd. I wonder if somebody else is... No, Bell's leading. I don't know who that other yellow car was back there. I thought it was Bell. So Bell has about a 5-second lead. Logano was caught in that traffic. Pass on Reddick was for 8th place for Blaney as well. Trivia question was, who was the driver to win both the Coke 600, or who was the last driver to win both the Coke 600 and the fall Charlotte race in the same season? He's definitely running fast enough. He's less than 4 seconds behind Bell. Again, he'll get one of his 2 laps back. Bowman getting stacked up and all that too, though. Running inside the top 5. Means Blaney's less than a lap behind the 48 for position. And there are some cars that still have to pit. I don't think any of them would be for position for Blaney. Unless Larson's ahead of him right now, then maybe. So I think Larson had to pit again, and then Eric Jones had to pit again. But I think Larson would be the only one in front of Blaney right now if any of them were ahead of him. So Christopher Bell's really pulled away after Logano got stacked up moments ago. Looks like he's about 6 seconds ahead of Logano. About 12 or so laps to go. I believe we have 12 to go in the Coke 600. No, it's not Larson. Because we already had the trivia question tonight, if I see you guess it correctly, then I'll say you got it. A lot more traffic coming up in front of Bell yet. Still got a pretty good sized gap back to Logano. They're running 2x2 off of turn 4. Bell's probably going to catch him by the next lap. He'll have 10 to go at the line. I don't care. The question's already answered, so you can give him all the hints you want. Kyle Busch looks like he'll be relegated to a 33rd place finish. I believe the only JGR Toyota that has not wrecked out of this race today is Christopher Bell, who happens to lead. But he is in extremely heavy lap traffic right now with 9 laps to go at the line. And he is getting stacked up big time. And he is going to be 3 wide middle in turns 1 and 2. And he gets squeezed by the 53 of Gase and shuffled back into the outside lane again. As Blaney will get one of his 2 laps back down on the inside of the track. He's going to flatline it into turns 3 and 4. Into the wall. He's blown a tire. Oh, what a tough break for Ryan Blaney as he tried to force an issue there and clear all the cars into turn 3, but he was never going to make the corner running that flat. And there goes any shot of a top 7 at least. There goes Reddick. Or Reddick's closing in. That's a pass for position. Logano trying to run Bell down. He might have a shot to still get him. Blaney's not going to pit. He's just going to stay out and hang on to the finish. Was never going to get even a position out of that. That was just a big mistake for Ryan Blaney. A lack of concentration. I mean, even if he made that work, he was not going to get a position. And now he's having to limp the car around on a blown right front tire, knowing that there's only this time by about 6 laps to go. He's probably going to lose another lap before the end of the race also. I'm upset with myself on that one. That was just dumb. We had 8th place locked up. And every point is so vital in the regular season standings as well. I know Blaney has 5 wins this year. He's in the playoffs, but he was going to have himself a good points day. He had stage points at stage 3. Came back for 2 laps down, only to be back to 2 laps down again with the second blown right front tire of the race today. Chase Elliott's going to get by for position. There he goes, dropping Blaney back to 12th. And Larson was in 7th, and he was going to have to pit again, too. So that would have been another spot if we just would have not even made that mistake. All we had to do was wait one more corner. Chose not to do that. Big mistake for Ryan Blaney today. Eric Jones is about to catch him for position. Pulling a block, but it wasn't going to matter much. He'll let Jones go into turn 3. And maybe a top 15 is hopeful. Christopher Bell's going to be closing in. The only other thing that Blaney could do is help Logano try to win this race over Christopher Bell. 2 laps to go for the leaders that time by at the line. Blaney barely kept it off the wall that time somehow. Oh, he gets into Suarez. Oh, Bell was on the outside. Bell was on the outside, and Suarez knocked right into the side of Blaney. Blaney's trying to hold up Bell to hopefully get his teammate. And another Penske Ford to win the race. Oh, into the wall. Blaney's just turned himself. And the caution's out before they get to the white flag. And we have our 5th caution of the race today. And I think Blaney is a 3rd lap down now because of the caution coming out when Bell was ahead of him. Blaney's going to lose more spots now with it. That was also dumb. That's 2 bonehead mistakes Blaney's made in the final 10 laps tonight. One that costed him a potential top 5, and then the other one costed him a potential top 15. To go so far into this race, over 3.5 hours before making a crucial mistake on driver error himself. And we're going to have overtime in the Coca-Cola 600. Bell was obviously there. Blaney had the blown right front. He only lost 1 position out of it. He'll restart 15th. Green flag is back in the air. This game's pretty wonky on the overtime restart, so I don't know if we actually have 2 laps to go. Blaney's lucky he didn't DNF. Still in the race as he's in 14th. I'm not sure if he can actually pass anybody for position. Maybe whoever's in 13th is potentially three laps down as well. Battle for the lead going on in front of the field. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Blaney with a heavily damaged race car right now. Trying to get whatever positions he can. I'm not sure if he's going to actually be able to gain any or not. He probably should be driving on the apron like that as they're almost 4 wide in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag waving off of turn 4. I'm hoping Bell won still. I hope I didn't cost him the win. That way, as Larson gets turned as they cross the line, as he tried to squeeze Blaney even though he wasn't battling him for position, and everybody gets by missing Larson to the checkered flag. Oh my goodness. Joey Logano has won the Coca-Cola 600, stealing it from Christopher Bell, who finishes 2nd by 23 1/1000ths of a second in a side-by-side finish in overtime in the Coke 600. Bubba Walls finishes 3rd, Austin Dillon 4th, Alex Bowman rounds out the top 5, Ryan Newman 6th, Kyle Larson spinning across the line, finishing 7th. I think Newman passed him coming across the stripe for 6th. Kurt Busch 8th, Tyler Reddick 9th, Stenhouse rounds out the top 10. What a wacky finish to this race today. And Blaney finishes 14th, which is where he was at when that last caution waved, so I guess in all reality, the last accident didn't cost him any more spots, unlike when he initially blew that right front tire. And Christopher Bell got costed a win because of that late caution coming out for Blaney. Scoring's well off. No, I think it's accurate. I think the scoring's accurate. I think only 4 cars finished on the lead lap because Bowman was the first car a lap down in 5th. I think the scoring itself was actually accurate tonight. I finished 3 down. That would make sense. Because I was only 1 lap down. And then I blew the right front tire and I lost 2 laps before the caution came out. So. Look at all the Chevys in the top 12. None of them in the top 3, but from 4th through 12th, all but one were Chevrolet. Take a picture of this before the game crashes on me. Get the finishing results. By the way, elapsed time on today's race was about 3 hours and 50 minutes, roughly. So 3 hours and 50 minutes on today's race, just shy of 4 hours. Overtime made it go a little bit longer. We'll take a look at who all DNF'd in this one very shortly as well. You can see there were a lot of DNFs in today's Coke 600. It's like 9 drivers failed to finish because of an accident. Brad Keselowski, Matt DiBenedetto, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain, William Byron, Kaz Grala, Eric Almirola, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch. So Bell was the only Joe Gibbs Toyota to not DNF today, and he finishes 2nd and probably had the race won if it wasn't for Blaney bringing out the last caution. And the worst thing is, I think, for Blaney is the fact Logano's the regular season points leader and just won this race. So it probably would have been better for Blaney in points purposes if Christopher Bell would have won, because that just got Logano an extra 5 points between finishing 1st and 2nd. That is also Joey Logano's 1st win of the season. Bell was looking for his 3rd, so that will lock Joey Logano into the playoffs. I know he's the regular season points leader anyway, but just in case he falls out of it, he is now locked in with a win. That now gives us, let's see here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different winners on the season with Logano winning today. So still 7 spots open for the playoffs, and we still have 11 races left in the regular season. So it's not impossible that we could get 16 different winners this year. I wouldn't rule it completely out of the question. Our next race on NASCAR 21 Ignition, as far as the full race live streams go, won't be until next week, and it will be at Sonoma. I've had luck on road courses. I got 3 stage wins and obviously 1 at Coda in the last road course race. So in 2 road course races, pretty solid. Hopefully we can have a good run next week at Sonoma. As far as this week goes, tomorrow night on the channel, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Start Time, we're back on NASCAR Chase for the Cup 2005. Potentially, and I'm going to say this now, I do have an appointment after work, getting a serpentine belt on my car. It may not start exactly at 6. If I have to delay it to 6:30 or 7 o'clock, I will post it in the community tab. Let you guys know as soon as I possibly can. So be on the lookout for that. Make sure you have the notification bell on. So if we don't start right at 6, that is why. So be on the lookout for it. And as far as Saturday's action goes, we are scheduled NASCAR 21 Ignition again, but it's not a full race live stream. It's going to be a little bit different of something going on there, as we're going to have an online lobby for the first time on NASCAR 21 Ignition on the channel. So online lobbies, if you have NASCAR 21 Ignition, you have a PS4, I think PS5, you might be able to get in the PlayStation Network and still play with people on PS4. I'm not entirely sure if that is the case, but it might be worth a try if you do have a PS5. I have a PS4, so that's why I'm not exactly sure if that is the case. But regardless of the fact, thank you for tuning in tonight. Those are the next 2 live streams on the channel. And then also that live stream on Saturday night with NASCAR 21 Ignition online lobby is scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's a good chance we might actually have a Busch Series race before that on NASCAR 05. If I may start that at 6 o'clock. I believe the next race is at Darlington, so we might have a doubleheader on Saturday night. No guarantees for sure, but potentially doubleheader Saturday night with that. Thank you everybody for watching. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 29 likes on the stream, 1 more to get to 30. We didn't get our goal tonight of 35, but still, you guys did a great job hitting that like button tonight. Greatly appreciate the support as always. On the road to 2,000 subs. On the road, of course, most importantly, to becoming a NASCAR commentator down the road. Thank you all. Appreciate it as always. Have a good rest of your Thursday night. We'll be back and better than ever again tomorrow, trying to chase Dale Jr. for the championship and try to regain that points lead at Speedway Boulevard on NASCAR 05.